All right, what is good, my people? We are live back with another live show, and I got my sister Blue with me, and I got my brother Adol. First, just say what's going on to the people.
Definitely didn't mean to press that. Hey, what's up, everybody? This is the girl Blue. We back at it again. Sky's the limit. Trying to pass on some good vibes.
Yeah, it's brother Dolph. Brother Dolph. You can go by Dolph. I'm not the young one. I'm the older Dolph, the elder Dolph, the aged Dolph. So I'm just here tonight. Glad to tap in. Thanks for inviting me.
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely, and we definitely gonna get into some stuff. I let my brother introduce himself and tell his story. But first, Blue wanted to say something, so go ahead, do your thing, Blue.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of start off because, we always talk about, why we aren't at that point where we're taking enough action to actually make the changes so we can see a difference. So I'm like, what can we kind of feel? And you can relate, if you feel this. So I want you to do me a favor and just close your eyes for a second. Just close your eyes and take a deep breath. Imagine your mom being set on fire just for being black. Imagine your dad being hung just for trying to work and take care of his family. Imagine your sister being set on fire from coming home from school. Imagine your brother being fed to alligators for being himself. Imagine your aunts, uncles being tortured for no reason at all. Imagine your cousins being raped against their will. And just take a second and tell me, how you feel. How can you let the person who did this to them slide, by any means? How could you not look out for your loved ones? I know all this happened generations ago, but it's kind of still happening in so many different ways. You need to feel it to that immediate family member impact. We have to fight back in the right ways. Unity is going to be key for this. Bless all the ancestors that did go through everything that they went through, so that way we can be here and technically be free. You know, thank God for them going through what they went through, so we're not going through those same things. Because I know if you put yourself in their shoes, you couldn't imagine if you were going through all these things, you would be the one to fight back, right? So now's that time.
All right, yeah, definitely, Blue. I appreciate that for real. And yeah, I got my brother Dolph on here. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let him kind of introduce himself and tell his story and stuff like that. And I call this video the Readjuster Party, but I have like a different meaning. The original meaning, it was a political party which was in the late 1800s, but it was a kind of an interracial party, you know what I'm saying, where Republicans hooked up with the black Republicans hooked up with white people, and they came up with this stuff, and they abolished the poll tax in Virginia. You know what I'm saying? They took out all the whipping posts and all of that stuff, and they actually created Virginia State University, to train black teachers in the South, and they created Virginia Tech, Longwood for black women. And of course, that's not what I mean by that. We have to have some kind of boundaries and all of this stuff. And we can say that we need to do certain things, but there are also consequences that come with what you demand, and then you have to be able to control yourself. So, first of all, I'll let my brother go in and kind of introduce himself. What's going on, Pelage? And kind of tell his story, because I kind of want to ask the brother some questions or whatever.
It's on me, huh? Well, hey, I'm just a person that has amassed certain life experiences, has been fortunate enough to reach a certain age in life, seen a lot. Um, I guess I'm an expert at some things, and I could probably pass along some knowledge. people have said that, having gray hairs is an indicator of wisdom, and I have a lot of gray hairs. So we're going to go with that. Um, just I'm being mindful of a lot these days, having to do with my history, ethnicity, and cultural background, and have come to accept certain things about that I can pass down as legacy. So right now, being of a certain age that I am, being over 50, I'm actually, working on, those that are behind me generationally, and trying to do the best that I can do to build on a legacy. And that doesn't necessarily mean material. It just means, sharing experiences, life experiences through this course. So I'm hoping that whatever I say tonight can make sense to people. So that's all I'm wanting to do. That's all I'm looking at doing. All right, I yield.
Oh yeah, definitely. And if you like anything you hear, go subscribe to the brother. You can comment in the chat or something to let him know your page, or I'll post your page if you put it in the back
Oh,
chat
for
or
sure. I'll
whatever.
do that. I'll do that right now.
Yeah, yeah, and y'all can subscribe to him. And my brother has he's trying to build his YouTube. And I was listening to one of your latest lives, and you was talking about your experiences. And this brother used to be a cop or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But so I kind of wanted to get your insight in like what it was like for you as a black cop, you know what I'm saying, going through what you were going through. And I know on your video you was talking about you was asking certain questions of yourself and answering it, you know what I'm saying? So, you could kind of touch on that kind of stuff a little bit.
Well, I came in the fold um, immediately upon, pretty much after the Rodney King matter had transpired in its completeness, and somewhere around the time of the Los Angeles riots, or Los Angeles rebellion, or uprising, depending on what you call it. Um, and that really wasn't the genesis of it. Really, it was the slaying of Latasha Harlins in South Central Los Angeles, which I am actually a product of. I probably call myself a product of Watts, and so, I'm very proud of that. I haven't forgotten my roots and where I came from. However, I have experienced multi-generational damage, and I've had to try to overcome that, whether personally or even by way of career pursuit. I went a certain direction in my life, and I actually happened to choose law enforcement because, well, not that I was being bullied as a kid or anything like that, not that somebody jacked me for my lunch money, but I came in at a time where I actually believed that I could make some kind of a difference. And it wasn't until I got really into the mix that, no, I'm just one man, and I cannot really exert the difference that I really want to make. And that took, after training, that took field training, that took a set of experiences that I faced myself, and quite honestly, they saw me coming. I mean, pretty much what people would refer to me as being high yellow, um, you know, light skinned, but still they saw me coming because I identified myself, and I won't even say a swag, but I had an appearance about myself that would get people to believe. And even I told them that at the time that I was black, and I was proud of being black, and I'm a black man first. And I went through the cycle of going through the military, taking the course in life, and ended up in law enforcement because it paid well. I mean, at the time, being 20, my early 20s, $60,000 to start a career without a college degree was decent money. I mean, we're talking like, the 1980s, 85, 86, even, I mean, before NWA came out. Right. So I'm talking about, there's a cultural shift in the greater Southern California region, where I grew up. And, I ended up pursuing that course. And what ended up happening for me as a career, it did provide certain things. Like, I was a homeowner. I was able to obtain my first home before age 30. All this came along with being married and everything else, and having hobbies. But the bottom line is I was still black. And whatever else the other guy did, I'm talking about my work colleagues, if they did something, it wasn't as magnified as if I did something. And I revert to the fact that I came in to the particular career on the particular department at the on the heels of a class action lawsuit that involved a number of black civilian employees and sworn employees, and they ended up suing the department just before I came on. And I tested within a pool of over 4,000 candidates, made it to the academy, pre-academy, was the only black male that they hired on the department for a period of about 4 years. Made it through training, pre-training, made it through actual academy training, almost dropped out maybe once or twice, almost got forced out of it, but hung in and accomplished what I needed to accomplish, and got out of the academy. After the academy, I was a sheriff's deputy, so I served a little bit of time working inside of a custodial institution, the county jail, essentially. So I worked, did some county jail assignments as well as working patrol overtime. So a number of experiences were racked up even then, where I was out working patrol. And I brought a lot of life experience with me because, well, I grew up with uncles who are no longer with us, but my uncles, they taught me a lot about city life and living in the streets and dealing with police. And I had all that. I won't even say baggage, but I had all that to equip me. So I thought to actually perform the job better, likely better than those who are out there brutalizing our people. So I had that in my heart, even though, I had a lot of my people, saying that I was a sellout, I was this and that and the other, that I was out there intentionally going after my people. When the fact was, I wasn't. I wasn't brainwashed. I'm still, I still had the approach that I was doing the greater good for not only myself, to provide a livelihood for myself, my wife, and I had aspired to be greater and do better within that system construct. Probably advance if I had the opportunity to, and then take advantage of that. And it wasn't necessarily for personal conquest or material or objects, even though I did have some toys because I needed to blow off steam because the job was pretty dynamic. I was working, 12-hour shifts, and it's very easy for 12-hour shifts to become 18 and 20-hour work shifts. Believe me, throughout the course of my 20s and 30s, I was basically sleep deprived because I worked mostly at night. But anyway,
so like most of these cops out here are like already sleep deprived anyway, most of the time.
Well, I won't really paint that with a broad brush. I will say from my perspective and point of view of experience of working the street with a few of us that were on my squad, a number of us did work overtime. A number of us were probably tired. A number of us were, I would say, sleep deprived. I know I was, right. But this is at a time where you consumed a lot of energy drinks, and I even have a funny thing to share real quick. And I'll be brief. There's a reason why cops eat donuts. It's because most donut shops are open at around 2-3 o'clock, early hours of the morning, and then that's when they're making donuts for the most part. The bulk of their donuts are being made then at that time, and we know how our donut shops are. Some people that work there, they don't really have a good command of English. Sometimes you don't even have to really speak. You can just go in and point to what's in the window, and they'll give you what you need. But that from what I saw from my experience is the reason why cops eat donuts. It's not necessarily because we want to all be fat. You get the sugar rush at 3 o'clock in the morning, man. You need that sugar rush. But anyway, I didn't mean to go.
Yeah, because I know you only got a little bit of time, and I just wanted to ask you a few questions just to kind of get your insight, like you're doing already.
Yeah, actually, I'm free and clear. So, but go ahead anyway. I'm free and clear for the rest of the night. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. That's what's up then. What's going on, Bakari? What's up, bro?
Bakari.
What's going on? Blue, do you have like any questions before I ask a question?
Yeah, I was gonna say I could definitely relate to working overnight. It changes your life and it's so hard to keep up because naturally, we rise when the sun rises and we sleep when the moon comes, and it's a part of our cycle. So it's very tough living a normal life and then working overnight. So I can imagine you being sleep deprived and then doing overtime. It does become hard because your sleep cycle is completely thrown off, and then it kind of affects everything else. So I know it's a lot of people, period, not even just in law enforcement, going through those life changes because of working overnight. So definitely shout out to the people that's doing that. I know it's hard, but I kind of also wanted to ask, because you mentioned that being colored and being magnified on everything that you're pretty much going to do, having that type of position. uh, I wanted to kind of ask if there was anything you noticed, besides what we see, with the stereotype, like where we go wrong, besides being black, like where are we kind of going wrong when we're getting pulled over? Is there anything that you notice that we're doing that we can kind of like change a little bit, knowing how y'all operate, knowing how they would operate?
Or you're talking about field operations and stuff, and an approach to that.
Yeah, period.
All I cared about was seeing your hands, empty hands. That's all I cared about. I didn't care what your ethnic background was. I didn't care about the color of your skin. I don't care who doesn't believe that or not. But you weren't there with me at 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I'd make a random traffic stop.
Right.
And the reason for it is because, well, that's within the scope of my employment to look into things. And I was inquisitive. If you're out rolling around with no headlights on, I want to know why your headlights are off. Just extreme example. But as far as how people conduct themselves, because this is what I tell my son. I have a 16-year-old son that's going to be driving pretty soon, right? And I tell him, just remain controlled, remain calm, and make sure your hands are always visible.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not a foolproof answer all the time, because I'm just saying that's a baseline habit that one should probably engage in when they're operating a motor vehicle on the street. Turn down the music, so you can hear what is being told to you to do. Maybe crack the window if you don't feel comfortable rolling all the way down. That's fine. Let down the window somewhat so you can hear what the cop is telling you to do. Good, bad, right or wrong, or indifferent, absent of you being able to articulate that what's going on at that time is unlawful, the side of the road is not the place to contest anything. If you could find a lighted spot to stop, like a parking lot, or even in front of a fire station, not really right in front of the driveway though, but near a fire station or somewhere that's well lighted, sure, you could roll up the street and do that, because if it's a dark area where a cop is going to jam you up and stop you, yeah, but they're supposed to know and forecast where they're going to pull you over at though. But that's a whole different story. But in terms of interacting with the police, it's always best just to remain calm. And the problem comes when there's a weapon present, and all I cared about was empty hands.
Right. Yeah. Oh yeah, and I would just say, I know it does seem simple, enough to say, okay, remain calm and just always keep your hands in view. I've also just, have a lot of male friends where, it's kind of tough, where naturally they do get nervous. They're automatically slowing down or braking, which kind of even prompts a pullover, like, oh, you noticed me, why you slow down? Or immediately in their head, they're like, oh my God, something could happen to me. They're just thinking about all the things that they heard, but they do have to treat themselves as an individual. If you know that you respect yourself, and you're not doing anything wrong, or you can just infiltrate that you're not, at least fake it till you make it. Like, don't always give off that nervous feeling. Like they're not doing anything but trying to protect and serve. So they work for the people, and they just want to make sure nothing's going on wrong, or they're supposed to be making sure you're okay, even though they don't, give that vibe off. It's more so like they're in charge. Da, 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 they're the authoritative figure. They're really just there to make sure everything is okay. So just kind of try to have that outlook on it, and like you're saying, try to remain calm and just keep your hands in view. It's
But
not an argumentative discussion when you guys are
right.
right then and there on the field.
And to keep it real though, some cops be tripping. I'm gonna keep it 100. I'm gonna keep it a
Mhm.
buck.
Mhm.
Some guys have, and I used to actually have to gear people down that I worked with. Like, hey man, look, you're not gonna save the world. Okay. The, fortunately, I was there in some instances where there were a number of field patrol deputies that were junior and experienced than me. So I was able to like kind of get them to, not that they were going to rip somebody's head off or something, but they were being ticky tack over stuff, right? Because I worked in a pretty well. I won't even say an upscale suburb, but I worked in a pretty exclusive area. I worked for a contract city, which means they only paid for one deputy per car. It was a sheriff's department, but the city that I worked for contracted X amount of patrol units with one deputy per. So it was common to see maybe two, maybe three police cars stopping one individual, but it would be the one deputy that would have the major contact and speak to the person, and the other two would just lay off and just maintain security. But what I'm saying is, I would see overreacting is a strong word, but I would say that I would see some guys coming like just being a little bit ticky tack, right, and being petty, and it's like, dude, what's come here, I will pull the guy aside when everything was safe. I will pull the deputy aside and say, look, what's going to be in the result of this? For one, it's petty, it's ticky tack. Write him a ticket if you're going to write him a ticket. Write him a coupon and send him on his way. You know what I'm saying? Stop going on a fishing expedition. So I did that in some cases where I was able to detect the problem, um,
Mhm.
or head off one. So each and every one of us, and I had people to gear me down too, like pat me on the back and say, hey man, it's all good, chill, whatever. What I'm saying is, you have your bad days, regardless of what your job is. You have your bad days. It's up to the professional that reveres his job and has reverence for the human condition to be fair and read into situations and analyze it. And the
Yeah.
nervousness is going to come. We expect the nervousness. I used to understand that people got nervous,
Mhm.
and a lot of people that are well trained and experienced are the same way. They expect there's going to be a measure of nervousness among people. But when it gets irrational is when it arouses suspicion. Okay, I know I
Yeah.
talked too much.
Oh no, yeah, you all right, man. Yeah. Because there's a point to all of this. You know what I'm saying? Like, which we gonna eventually discuss. But you know what I'm saying. I want you to kind of tell, like, what I'm saying, what it's like for real. And you ask in your video, you ask like yourself some interesting questions, like what I'm saying, like you already kind of mentioned, like do I feel like a sellout for joining the police, and
Right, right,
joining, should you mentioned something about joining the army or whatever. And
right.
you can answer some of your questions, but one of the questions that kind of I was listening to, you was like, do I know who I am when I join these group, when I
Mhm,
join the police, or at a
mhm,
time, like, do I know who I am and what I'm
mhm,
actually doing? You know what I'm saying?
mhm, mhm. Well, I'm a self-declared Moor. I'm a conscious Moorish American Muslim, but I won't say that I'm a devout as far as the religious aspect. Okay, but I understand that I am a descendant of the Moroccan Empire, and I'm talking about vintage. I'm talking about antiquity, right? I'm talking about like several. I mean, I'm not talking about the modern Morocco today, of course, which is French occupied. Okay, it's been that way since 1956. I'm talking about the Moorish Empire, which basically included the majority of Northwest Africa, good portion of the sub-Saharan area, and other regions throughout Africa, and even the land that we're on. But this isn't that discussion. I always knew who I was, but I was curious if I was actually whether or not I actually was with a system that was rendering an ongoing pattern of oppression to our people, if I was an instrument of Rome for that purpose. Because we understand the construct of modern policing being that coming from the crown, coming from, British, from Britain. The whole practice of police work itself in this country was the inception of Sir Robert Peel, from Great Britain, who basically was a sir. So he was part of, Parliament or what have you, right? Or part of the government system in the UK. And he was known as a modern innovator of policing in here in the United States of America, corporate. Anyway, that's the reason that you have bobbies. They were named after him, Sir Robert Peel. That's why they have bobbies. And bobbies are actually a derivative of policing here in this country. But it wasn't until I was well within the profession itself that I've come to realize what patty rollers did and what they were. And I was like, wait a minute. So you mean to tell me that I was in this profession and I'm actually a modern day, I guess, patty roller, a slave catcher, right? And it really played heavy on me, man. It really played heavy on me. And I took a lot of that to heart. But, I wasn't singling people out personally by their race. I was basically, and this is what I used to teach in the academy when I was an instructor for trainees as well as in-service training on the topics of racial profiling and stereotyping. Now, you can criminally profile a person. You can criminally profile a person, but it's based on behavior. It's based on different things like the environment that you're working on. If you had a certain amount of criminal activity in an area, and you can reasonably articulate that the person that you have before you or the person that you're looking at might either have caused a crime, is about to cause a crime, or something to that effect, where you can actually talk to them, engage in conversation, and then, build a situation from there. That comes with interacting with people, right? You cannot rush to assumptions without anything that really unfolds in front of your face. You could even be driving behind an automobile and have money fly out of it. You still have to have probable cause to make a traffic stop because there's nothing else that, like I said, you're driving behind. I had this actually happen before, but the other elements that came with it, where there was a robbery call that just occurred within 5-10 minutes prior. I happened to be behind a vehicle that vaguely fit the description, and all of a sudden money came flying out the window. So I had reason enough to stop it. But you know what? Because of the sensitive nature of the circumstances, in society nowadays involving police contacts, I knew that I had to gather additional probable cause or additional violation on the vehicle. And guess what? The license plate light was out. So that gave me reason to effect a traffic stop alone in and of itself, not just the money flying out the window, not just the report call and everything else. So what I'm saying is a lot of this stuff consists of elements, and there are elements involved that comprise what a crime is and what a crime is not. You can't be going out here reckless and thinking just because someone is behaving in a particular manner because of the way that they behave. If it's not threatening to anybody, you can't just go and jam them up. You have to have other elements along with that. And see, that's where a lot of people in this profession, because I've been away from it for over 10 years now. I've retired. But you have a lot of these, I say, younger people that are not experienced or that have come from certain regions in the country, and all of a sudden they're in the big city doing police work. That's a problem, because what do they have to draw on? What do they have to draw on as far as being able to develop a makeup of what people are and how they behave? Typically. So, the cops out here can't really paint people with a broad brush. They have to go with what they see, along with what they've possibly experienced in their training and direct experience with who they've arrested in the past. So those are things that you carry in your tool bag with you. Now, I'll get into the stress factors of the job itself because I remember. Well, I'll get into it just a little bit. I remember my blood pressure elevating significantly as soon as I put the vest on. I didn't live very far from.
Hey,
Oh, go ahead.
hey, I don't mean to cut you off,
No,
but
go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead, please.
it's
Because I'm
cool if
looking at the screen.
yeah, it's cool if you take calls too. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna put the number out there. You know, for
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, it's cool. I mean, yeah, we good. I can handle that.
all right. Yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, my blood pressure was elevated the moment that I put on my vest and the rest of my gear because I used to come to the station in plain clothes, and then I was never one of those that wore the uniform home or whatever. I was geeky. I wasn't a t-shirt and fanny pack type of dude. And that's why I used to tell. I say students. I use the term loosely, but the students that I used to instruct in the course, I used to tell them, don't just go out thinking that you're getting some kind of degenerate off the street because you see me in a Pendleton shirt, flip flops or crocus sacks and some sagging pants. That might be me off duty. You don't know that. I mean, not that I really dress like that, but I'm just saying, don't generalize and think that every single person you run across is a criminal or is going to pull off a crime of the century, right? Because there's a number of guys that I would invite down to where I used to frequent to go visit my family and stuff, but they wouldn't come down there because it was in the greater South Central Los Angeles. But it was normal for them to invite me up to where they lived at because they lived in the vanilla suburbs. So I'm just saying, really, this whole thing, the question that you asked about, and all the stuff that's gone through my mind, man, it's like, it was a lot of pressure that I brought onto myself, because I knew that, I was in a noble profession, but a lot of us didn't necessarily regard it as such. I mean, not a lot of us, but a good portion of us didn't really care for cops. And to this day, I don't want one behind me, but what I'm saying is, it's just a lot that
All right.
I ended up doing. A lot of social.
Yeah, let me take this call and
Yeah,
then
go ahead, bro.
I'll let Boo get her question in.
Pelej.
All right.
To accept, press 1.
All right. Hello, my brother Pelez. What's going on, my brother?
Hey, how you doing, Forecast? How
Hey.
you doing, my brother?
Hey, yeah, I'm good. Hey, I appreciate that, my brother.
Yeah, no problem, man. Forecast, no problem, my brother. I just, listen, I'm going to be very respectful. Obviously, I'm very angry, but I'm not upset with anybody in the panel, but I am angry. I just have, I'm just going to, touch up with the, I have nothing against police officers, but I want the brother to listen to a few things I have to say. And I know he's a few years older than I am. I know he's a former police officer. I'm not putting words into his mouth. I'm not proud and boast about what I'm about to say. Okay?
Yeah.
First of all,
don't disrespect them too. You know what I'm saying?
No. I won't focus. You know me better than that.
Oh, yeah,
I'm not going.
Yeah.
I will not do anything like that at all. Okay? But what I will say is that when I say I'm not saying I'm better than anybody. I've left Haiti when I was 13. For 29 years of my life, I've been around white people. Okay? And I know the difference between white cops and black cops. There are different rules. Okay? You can look at Muhammad Noor for an example. Okay? And for me, point blank, white people can get away with anything. Black people can't. And I know the brother is, is a person of color. I have a son that's 11. His mom is white, and I'm his dad. I'm black. But the thing is, though, my son is viewed as black. Okay? his white side of the family, they'll never accept him. He'll view as black. But my thing is, we do judge our brothers and sisters. We do. Because that's ingrained enough. The social media, our conditions, where what we have to put up with. Again, they are, I don't know. We can't tiptoe around the questions. Okay? The system is for white people. Okay? Let's just face it. We are knowingly and unknowingly volunteering in that system. Okay? I mean, please understand what I'm saying. We are supporting white supremacy. When I say, well, I am. Let me tell you why. Okay? Please understand. Please listen.
Yeah, get your point out, and then because I'm gonna open it up later. I'm gonna let him respond real quick, and then I gotta let Blue get hers.
Okay, yeah. Well, no, okay. I know. I mean, here's my thing. I'm sorry. I apologize. You know what though? Listen.
No, yeah. Finish your point, my brother.
Well, my point is, we are trapped, and we are in a situation where white supremacy is the rule of law, and we have to go along to get along until we have to decide to run up the plantation like Harriet Tubman or Malcolm X, and then we have to unite. That's just what it is. And at the end of the day is that there's different sets of laws, for black cops and white cops, and that's that. Okay, I have nothing but love for the panels, for you followers, and that's it, man. Thank you.
Yeah, and Pledge, I'm gonna open it up later, so you can probably come on. I'm gonna have whoever want to come on, Guy Bakari,
okay.
Just quick.
Okay. Again, I apologize. I'm just a little zealous and excited. Thank you.
Oh no, it's good. Right. It's good. And I definitely want this. And I appreciate it, my brother. And I definitely want this show to get to a certain point, but we got to understand, the ins and outs of what we really dealing with. So, brother, hold on.
Yeah, I'm still here, man.
Respond real quick. You can go ahead, but I gotta let Blue call. But
yeah, go ahead. It's your show, man. I'm with it.
Brother Bakari.
Oh, you taking phone calls, right?
Yeah, you good. Blue, you cool with that?
Of course.
Yeah, go ahead, Bakari.
Or do I need to call back?
No, you good. Go ahead.
Brother Bakari.
What's going on?
What's up, Doc?
I'm listening. Brother Dog, you a sellout, you was a cop. I'm just clowning, man. I tried to be a cop one time, they didn't hire me. Because of the statement that I made in the interview. Because they asked me why did I want to be a cop when we were talking. And I told them I wanted to go to, my exact words was, I wanted to go to the black neighborhood. To the I said, I want to go to the roughest neighborhood, the toughest neighborhood in the city. And they said, why? I said, because black people don't have a good relationship with cops. When you send someone down there like me, who care about their people, they will be treated with respect. They won't be treated like animals. So that would be the best place for me to be a cop. I didn't want to go. I wanted to go to somewhere like, if you know anything about Atlanta.
Yeah, I know Atlanta.
City. I wanted to go to those type of places where you go through there in broad of the daylight. When you ain't from there, they tell you care. But they wouldn't have me. They didn't like my response. But that was my purpose of trying to become a cop, right?
Right.
When he was talking about him being a cop, I think some of our people, when they're a cop, some of our people treat the black cops bad, just automatically say that he's selling them out. I didn't get the job, and I was called. He was telling me I wanted to be a sellout, and I explained why I wanted to be a cop. So I think if we have some good brothers and sisters that cops, they're there to help you. We should support them in their efforts to help protect, to help in our community. If they are there and they're putting in that effort, they shouldn't be judged because of the profession that they chose. I was judged and didn't even get the job because of the statement that I made in the interview. So that's all I wanted to say about being a cop. I just wanted to call in and say that. And I'm going to keep listening offline. I'm not going to take up all your time. I've been on here long enough.
No, you yes. Hey, and I was going to open it up to you. A few, I just wanted to kind of get to, like, you know, a certain point or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
All right. So yeah, I'm gonna put it in there in a few.
All right.
All right. Yeah. Blue, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, I didn't.
You got a question?
Oh, yeah, I didn't know if he was in the mid sending or finishing Dolph, but I was kind of like as a move forward type of mindset, uh, based on your experience, you know, with that. And thanks for sharing with us because yeah, thanks. Thanks for sharing with us and giving us the insight because you know you've seen, I'm sure, a lot of things, and I can just tell from your you explaining. Um, like I really appreciate you letting us in and giving us the insight. Like seriously, we need this. And I'll just say, um, based on your experience, what can you say that we can implement? Um, because each job, each position or career that you get into is a little bit different on how they can kind of cooperate with each other. So that way, everyone there's a process. And we always seem to kind of bump heads all the time. Based on that type of career, what could you take from that to say how we can kind of implement based on unity and having a militant mindset?
Wow. You know, as long as you have the ability of knowing who it is you truly are inside and never losing sight of that, understanding where you fit in society, that you actually are not of a disadvantaged people, because that's key. And that's actually what actually prompted me to retire when I did, because I knew it was time for me to go. I knew that it wasn't the place for me to do that I wasn't actually serving my people. I actually worked in a region of Southern California, and I might have mentioned it, that was particularly moderate to upscale. Good majority of people that worked within, or that were of the populace of that city, where I'd say were white. So I had a pretty, I was referred to, some people wrote letters saying that I was an animal, that I did not need to work within that atmosphere. I had complaints being sent in to the station about just my appearance, because it was a culture shock to them. I was the only black sheriff's deputy on patrol in that area for roughly a decade. The only one. I was it. I knew some brothers that worked in other divisions outside of the city that I worked for. They didn't want to come over and work with me. For one, they had it easier where they were, and for two, they didn't want to feel the heat. So what I'm saying is, even if you do decide to get into that profession, and this is what I was told a long time ago when I actually inquired about the job, because back in 87, 88, I had just gotten out of the military, out of the Air Force. I only did one hitch because I couldn't stand the conformity. I went in when I was 17, got out 2021, fulfilled my commitment. I was with a friend of mine, and we were out and about, just hanging out like 20-something-year-old dudes do. And we were thinking about what we we're going to do with the rest of our lives. And we were over by a courthouse one day, Inglewood, California. Went into the courthouse to the marshal's office. At the time, there was a marshal's department. It's no longer the marshal's department. They're absorbed by the LA County Sheriff's Department. Anyway, there was marshal's department at the time. Went in. First marshal we saw happened to be an older black guy. I started talking to him. I said, "Hey, man, because I wanted to work in the court. I actually wanted to work as a court bailiff. I wanted to work in the court system. I wanted to learn law back then. I didn't want to be a street cop. I was reluctant about it because I knew, I just didn't want to do it. I wanted to work in a court system. Anyway, I talked to this marshal for a good few minutes. The one thing I remember the brother telling me was this: you don't have to do it for 30, 35, 40 years. You could do it long enough to where you're vested and then retire if you want. And at the same time, you can go to school, law school. A lot of us do that and we end up becoming attorneys, private practice, or whatever. So I won't say that I had a solid plan, but I said, well, I don't think, I'm just going to stay long enough to probably get some vesting and see whatever happens. I'll just flow with it. So what I'm saying to you is this: if you choose to get into that career, have a plan B. If you choose to get in that career, know that you don't have to stay 35, 40 years. And with social media age and everything else right now being what it is, there's other opportunities within that realm, within the profession of law enforcement. I'm not saying it's a good thing. It works for anybody that really wants to put in time on it. It took me a while to get actually on once I got on. But anyway, I got on where I got on. I ended up being good at it. Ended up being pretty good at it. And I ended up making the best of it that I could. I had the opportunity to work off-duty side gigs as a hired gun. I did that probably like a very few times. I could have worked for a well-known record company, but I didn't because, well, it's no longer around now. We know why. Anyway, there's opportunities with that job, a lot of different opportunities to do certain things, even more so now, because before I pulled the pin, I didn't have a Facebook account. I think MySpace was barely out. So what I'm saying is I didn't do social media when I was in the fold then because I kept my life intensely private. Only now, after all these years after being retired, is when I started to come out and speaking and talking about my past profession, because there's certain aspects of the job that do not change. The technology, yeah, that may change or that may vary, but the practices of it fundamentally pretty much remain the same and have for years, decades, perhaps even centuries. But what I'm saying is, yeah, always be true to yourself. Know who you are, that you are who you are first before you put on that uniform. You're a human being and you represent yourself and you represent your ancestors, like I've always been saying, with regard to my Moorish background and my Moorish acceptance. But you just represent yourself and do the best you can and cultivate a plan B for yourself, in case it doesn't work out, because attrition and everything else. But go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say I love the answer because at the end of the day, that's what it is. Period for us. That has always been us not accepting ourselves and loving ourselves to know that we are worthy. So I mean, that's just the first step is just being respectful to our differences and loving the difference because we each bring something to the table. So thanks for the detailed explanation. Thank you.
I couldn't have said it any better. Probably a lot shorter, like you did. So
No,
thank you.
it's all good.
Yeah, and I want to do this because I don't want to be here all night, but what I'm saying, I appreciate my brother for coming through and Blue and everybody for listening. And I had a couple more questions, but I'm gonna just wrap it up with with my last two questions and one question. What I'm saying, that's cool. And then I'll let Blue ask her question. Then I'm gonna open it up to like Bakari and whoever else, Pledge or whoever want to come on. What I'm saying, and kind of talk about the topic, or if you got questions for my brother, as long as you like respectful and all of that kind of stuff of my brother. I'm gonna let you come on and say your piece or whatever. But my first, I did have like, the obvious question about, the racism and the force, like to you, like other black cops, or, what I'm saying, just that you seen on the street. But, my ultimate goal, and when you address that, and it's the whole point is we can't tell people not to do something if you ain't willing to give them something in replace. You can't ask people to follow you if you're not able to feed them. Now, I got full 100% faith that if you're able to feed your people, they are dying to follow something. You know what I'm saying? But for you to be like abolish the police, you got to have something to replace, because there are situations that go down where the police is needed, where there's mental
Absolutely.
health specialists needed. After covering all of these stories, there are just some events that you need some kind of help. You know what I'm saying? So how do we, like, what do you think that we need as a people, like the mindset, the material, the physical things, everything it takes to build like a police force? Like, do you see it happening and all of that stuff? So, just those two questions. Then I'm gonna let Blue ask her question. Then I'm gonna open it up.
Well, just build on the existing resources. Basically, I'm not one to say abolishing um, police forces, because I was having a talk with my son earlier, um, about problems that crop up and police having to respond. That is the only career field that you actually run to problems, because you're paid to do it. You're paid to run the problems and handle situations. If you don't have any kind of entity to do that, then it just ushers in all kinds of anarchy, right? We need to be in the position of being in position of to better control the methods and techniques that they employ on the people. That comes with the adoption of police commissions. That comes with being involved in police commissions. That becomes, unfortunately, becoming a part somehow of the organization, but not necessarily being on the front line. That comes with also demanding that they create crisis response teams of people. I'm talking about, unarmed people that can go out with the cops to help resolve mental health issues. However, and I actually was fortunate enough to have worked with an organization that had that. They had some of us that were trained as CRTs. I forget what the acronym was, but we were crisis trained. We were trained to respond to situations and to try and talk with people if there was a presence of any type of threat. That's why we responded the way that we did with, if we had weapons on us or whatever, that we would respond primarily, or we would augment and assist those that were unarmed, those unarmed civilian crisis intervention. And I'm at a loss for the actual acronym that we used, but it was CRTs. We were CRTs, and there were civilian CRTs. They had their own vehicle. They roll out in a van, or they roll out with one of us during the tour of duty, and they'll roll out to different situations that involved mental health crisis or whatnot. And there were a number of those I actually responded to, and that was quite effective. It was quite effective, very efficient. It can be done. So depending on the community in which you live, if you are in the position to group up and get your local police to do that and create these teams and have them stick to it, then that would be the best approach. Getting rid of it's going to be ineffective. It really is. And because, if we want to, being nationalized and forming our own police, that's, at this point, to be honest, that is a remote possibility, because we're all too spread out. We're not to the point of unification yet. At some point, sure. At the moment, 6 months, year, 5 years from now, can't say I see it. But in the meantime, we have to be in a position to better demand those that are, because the roles are flipped. They're telling us what to do. The government is telling us what to do. We're supposed to be telling them what to do. And that a lot of this stuff can be mitigated, if not completely resolved, at the local level. So I would probably encourage people to become more involved locally. Go on a ride along and see what it is firsthand. Before I even got hired and on the job, I went on several ride alongs with the police just as a regular civilian. I would highly suggest that in your area, in your community, if it's safe to do so, if you can get over the trust factor and the trust issues, I would say go out there and go on a ride along, like on a you know, on a night that they're able to offer that to you, maybe on a weekend night where you see most activity. And, you know, just basically create some type of interaction with them as a body to get them to do and best serve the people. But we have to formulate a plan to do that. And what was your other question?
Um, well, the other question was about you know, the racism that you experience within yourself or like on the street, and also, you know, I was just saying, like, you know, say that, you know, set the unity aside. Like, what do you think like it would take for like if say everything that I did, all of our unity was managed, we did all of that kind of stuff. What would it take for us to have our own police force in your estimation?
Training, basically training and
Like
an understanding
training,
of
like all kinds of training.
the understanding of legal concepts, safety training, being sure that people are fit to be around weapons, to and that they can qualify with a firearm. I mean, that's I mean, that's a short way of doing it. I mean, that's a short way of saying that. That's a short answer, but the longer answer, yeah, it takes coordination in order to do that.
Yeah, and the racism thing, you know.
Racism exists everywhere, man. I've been dealing with racism all life. You know, I've had it. I faced it firsthand when I was working it. Like I mentioned earlier, I came onto an agency that actually had finished a what do you call it? Finished the class action lawsuit. So basically, people were walking on eggshells around me because, and I even was told by a colleague, a former colleague, that I pretty much have the department by the short hairs because I'm coming in the door. The first one that they hired of this class action lawsuit, they better do right by me. Well, I'm gonna tell you what, they didn't, because like I said, everything that I did was wrongfully magnified versus the other man, and you know, I went through a situation that, well, invariably, I actually had to sue the department. And basically what had happened was I ended up, you know, things went out in my favor. And then next thing I knew, I was being followed everywhere. I had sergeants showing up to my calls when I didn't necessarily request them because I was already, you know, tried and true and proven. Didn't need a sergeant on some of the calls that I went on, and I didn't request any. And as far as outright racism, sure, I was called out of my name a number of times. I actually pulled on a call. I actually pulled over and detained a group of um, Nazi skinheads, and you know, yeah, and I had backup, that came minutes later to assist me with detaining them and taking down information, and nothing happened as a result of that. Yeah, I was called out on my name, and there's different things that happened throughout my career that I cannot necessarily put a finger on and say that they were racist or there was racial animus applied or associated with it. But yeah, one could assume that. But I just basically kept it pushing. You know, I just basically kept it pushing, and didn't let things really dissuade me. I kept my head up and I kept it moving. That's the best I could do, and that's the best I would probably tell anybody to do, to not really get tripped up on the racism aspects, because I hate to use this term, but we're behind the 8 ball. They see us coming, and it's better to actually be in a position where you hold yourself in a certain regard. And I'm not saying selling out. I'm not saying necessarily go along to get along, but we all have to conform somewhat. You can't go outside nude and not get checked about it, just in general, because you have to conform. You have to put on some clothes and to go outside. That's conformity. So we have to conform to certain things that are dealt to us in life. It's just a matter of how far we're going to pursue it, or how far we have to deal with it. How deep do we have to go? And you could always call foul on anything. I was cast as somebody that was really outspoken. So I had problems with certain supervisors. So because I was very outspoken with what I said, and I was very clear on what I said, but you know what? What I said wasn't illegal. I mean, it may have affected my ability to advance in a career because I was basically clear thinking in what I said, but it wasn't harmful. And I did my job pretty much by the book, although unorthodox, but I did it by my interpretation of the book policy, and they couldn't touch me on that. So yeah, is racism there? Sure. You know, I'm just saying conform to just standard basic requirements, man, just so you can get through the day. We could all get tripped up and hung up on not conforming, but what's the remedy for it? Do we have a consulate to go to actually address our grievances? No, we don't. Until that time, unfortunately, we do have to play the game. And I'm not saying sacrifice your blackness. I'm not saying that. I'm saying just behave in a manner in which is consistent with you providing a persistent livelihood for yourself. And basically, so you can survive and get through it and build something for yourself. You don't have to be in this line of work forever. There's a number of guys that were in the fold that became private detectives. They became private investigators. They started their own security companies. I didn't happen to do that because I didn't really care for that space. But yeah, racism does exist. You just have to cope with it.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you for coming on here and answering my questions. I hope everything was all good, And I'm gonna put the link in there, but go ahead, Blue.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with everything you just said. Is it being right? Not just in that field, is racism everywhere. They're just doing a better way with masking it. So it may not be as out in your face as it was back then, but it's still going on. And most jobs I've been to, same thing. I can't help but feel that gut feeling when certain things happen that it has something to do with race. So I feel you on that. I know you mentioned before that you were looking into doing your own firearm training or security company. So hopefully that, can be something where you are, like you said, helping us build our, militant minded group that we need, that gets their training and safety training, and making sure they're mentally fit and things like that, so they can pass that knowledge on as well. So definitely need to see what the requirements are so we can get that expanded. And I wanted to just kind of ask, being that you had that position, is there any system that was used that you could let us know about to help report, the particular encounters or deputies, cops that just didn't, abide by the law, that we can affect, that was effective to kind of help us, make sure we're filing reports on those bad experiences?
Sure. I would encourage anyone, if they run into an encounter that, where they felt, where that they were dealt a wrong deal or something like that, or they dealt with somebody that's misbehaving, let's say, there's ways even nowadays more so where you could actually go online and file a formal complaint or at least start one, right? There used to be a time where you had to go into the actual station itself or go to one of the division counters and file a report. But, with the advent of technology being what it is, a lot of different agencies, especially for major metropolitan areas, they offer the ability to do that online. Document everything. If you're recording, or I would, mainly, if we're in our automobiles and stuff like that, you could put a camera in your vehicle. Always keep a camera going. Or, with these, these chips that we got, around us all the time on our hip, set up a feature on it where you could automatically just record an encounter. And I need to follow my own advice, but see, I go outside with an expectation that I'm not going to be screwed with by the cops. But there's always that one time. There always can be that one time, especially if you live in an area where, you work in or live in an area where there's a quote unquote cherry patch for speeders. And I'm not really the slowest driver around, if you know what I'm saying. But, I always stand ready to record the encounter. You don't necessarily have to advertise and tell them that you're recording something. Because that's the mistake that I see on social media all the time. I got you on camera. I got you. You don't need, you can just do that, just stay low key, click the switch and let it roll. It'll all get figured out later. You know, I would say carry the spare telephone or camera device just for that purpose. And you're able to, you know, record that activity. And that's all you have to do as far as documenting everything and being able to have the ability and know that you can complain. You can file a formal complaint. And it has to be addressed. There's protocol for it. I mean, you know, aside from, you know, we don't have Johnny Cochran or anybody like that around anymore. But, you know, just do what you can to document the encounter. And, you know, hopefully it's not anything that's, you know, to your detriment. You know, just make sure that you at least document it. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's good information. Even if it's confirmation, it's still, you know, something that, you know, coming from you is I appreciate. So I was also just wondering if there was anything else that could be done besides that formal complaint, because I think it just kind of like goes on their record, you know, as like a, you know, a reprimand type of talk. I was just
Well,
wondering if there was any other route
yeah.
to take. But thank you.
Once that's done, it's pretty much, to be honest with you, it's pretty much out of your hands because it becomes a labor problem, becomes a labor issue.
Okay.
But usually if you run across that good sergeant, they'll you know, follow it up and they'll let you know the progress of the matter, and you know, when it goes its course. If it's something that's seemed like it's going to take a long time, just file another complaint. You know, it's okay to just stay on them and basically hold them to answer you. I mean, not you know, specifically, but just saying, you know, I'm just going to keep writing this up until there's some, you know, some resolution in this thing, and just be reasonable about it. You know, there's no reason to be, you know, really crazy and off the cuff at the station counter after the situation took place, or even if you send it, you know, you send an email. Just you know, the system does work. I'm going to tell you. I'll leave it at that. The system does work, and I'm not a faulty believer. I'm a very real person. Believe, you know, the system it does work. It's a matter of, I won't say trusting the process, but letting the process take place.
For the people that's actually in that position.
As far as what the people that have the complaints against them?
Yeah, no, because I'm saying like it may be these rules and regulations and laws in place to help us be able to live with each other, but I'm saying the people that abuse their position, which makes it seem like it's not working.
They'll be found out. They'll be found out. It may not happen today. It may not happen tomorrow. Right. It may not happen next year. There's something that's in the industry that's called accumulation of minors. If you have a number of complaints and they're the same nature of complaint, the Internal Affairs Bureau starts looking at that stuff very seriously. And it's not publicly out there, but there's something called an X file that some do end up generating, and they're investigated. And then before you know it, it could be 6 months, could be a year, could be even 2 to 5 years. They end up in a situation. Hopefully it's not, you know, again, detrimental where there's a loss of life involved. But if it's a situation where there's a pattern established of misconduct, that person will be targeted, and that person will ultimately, invariably lose their position, possibly lose their job, because they have, you know, they violated any kind of code of conduct.
Yeah. My brother Bakar just came on. Yeah, brother Bakar. You can go ahead and introduce yourself and
peace to y'all. Peace to y'all again. Peace, Sister Blue.
What's up?
Look, I heard you say the system work, right? And I agree the system work, but it don't work for us. From what I see, it work for them. It's designed against us, right? But when I heard you talking about the law, this is something I say Black people need to learn. I think we need to learn the law. Black people need to know when it's okay to do something to these cops that's out here beating you and trying to kill you. Because I'm a firm believer in self-defense.
Oh yeah,
right. I believe in their Second Amendment. So I have my guns on me. Ain't nobody gonna ever see me without my guns and at least 39 bullets at all times. Don't care where I go. So we need to know, huh?
No, I was like, right. I was agreeing with you 100%.
So we need to know, because like what happened to, let's say, the guy in New York who was choked in Staten Island selling some loose cigarettes, or in Minnesota. I don't necessarily remember names right now, right? But and I can't say the names off the top of my head. Or right there just happened in Minnesota. I can't breathe. I'm gonna be honest. Do that cross my mind when police talk to me? Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember this. Probably was maybe a year ago, year or so, and I was pulled over, and the cop asked me, "Do I have any guns?" I was like, "Yeah, I got a 9mm right here." He asked me, "Would you reach and get it for me?" I was like, "No." I said, "I'll get out and let you get it." I said, "Because if I reach for it, you can shoot me and say I was reaching for a gun." And my mind, and my mind is somebody trying to do something to me is still alive and get home to my kids by any means necessary. So I told him no. I said, if I reach for that gun, you're gonna try to shoot me. And if you try to shoot me, I'm gonna try to shoot you. So it's gonna be two people out here shooting. So I would get out of the car and let you get the gun, and you can see it yourself. Because if I reach for that gun, we're gonna be shooting, right? So I'm saying all this, right? So when the cops that still cops today, right, see cops out here harassing and doing all that, cops, that so-called blue line, right, shouldn't be there. Cops take care of that. Or I say for us, we should take care of that. Do I believe all cops are bad? I don't believe all black cops are bad. And where I live, and I'm gonna tell you why I say it like that, right? Because there's a young man I know, like 26, he's a cop. And I told him, I said, I don't think all cops just want to kill black people. And this is what he said. And he actually had moved his position because he got to arguing with some. He was like, all of them don't want to kill you. He said about 95% of them want to kill you. 95% of the white ones, and the other 5% want to beat you till you damn near dead. And he said the problem he had was he had a problem with that, but his biggest problem was with black cops who had been on the force 10 to 15 years that wouldn't stand up for him because of their job. Did you find any veteran cops when you were on, especially black cops, veteran cops, when you were on the force and you wanted to do the right thing? Did you find any veteran black cops that made? Because he said, my friend, I'm talking about, he like the guy Christopher Dorner, say that's the type of racism and stuff he encountered within year or two on the job. So did you have any encounter with any veteran black cops who you thought you might be able to talk to, but would turn their back on you because they were afraid to lose their job, afraid of their position?
I was the only one that worked in my particular division
Damn.
for almost a decade. So I can't say I worked immediately with somebody that outranked me who was black. I did know some on the other side of the hill, though, that did outrank me. It's quite possible that, yeah, they probably did hold back, but then again, I don't know. I wasn't there. What I know from my standpoint, and I'm gonna talk plain here, is I didn't put up with people's bullshit. And I told people that I worked in the field with that I didn't put up with their bullshit. I wasn't gonna get sued behind it. I damn sure wasn't gonna go to jail behind their bullshit. And I'm talking my colleagues I worked in uniform with. That's why I didn't have the reputation that I had. And I'm not here to prove to anybody that's on this, watching this now or later, that I was a better cop than anybody else, that I was trying to hold the line. I'm telling you from my direct experience of what I did throughout my tenured career. And we could, what if, I'm not saying you, Brother Bakari, but I've just seen a couple of questions in the chat that seem kind of preposterous to me, because we could, what if this all day long. And what I'm saying about the system worked. I'm not saying broadly. I'm saying the situation in my experience that I saw when I had complaints filed against me, that worked. When I had others, there are other officers that had complaints filed against them, that worked. And what I'm relating is a very specific experience with one particular agency that I retired from, and maybe a little bit of another agency that's a little bit larger, where I still know someone who's actually a deputy chief. And they recounted their experiences to me as well. And I belong to an organization called Noble that I quit because they all were basically kiss asses that basically were the get along people. I was not that. So I'm not here to prove anything to you because, just because I'm here tonight, I was invited here by Brother Forecast and here to augment and take questions. But no one's really been at all disrespectful, and I haven't really read all the 49 comments I see in the window. But I saw one that came across the screen that was general in nature. Now, Brother Bakari, regarding Eric Garner and being choked out like it was, regarding George Floyd, regarding Sandra Bland, I don't have any. I have misgivings about those situations. Those situations should not have happened. Period. Not just because I'm a black man, because I'm a trained, I was a trained professional that understood what was right and what was wrong. Sandra Bland should not have been stopped the way she was. That was bullshit. Period. From the onset. She never should have been contacted at all. Eric Garner, he shouldn't have been choked out like he was. It was ridiculous. He could have handled that much better. And I won't even get started on Floyd. Everybody knows that's wrong. And I'm not just saying it because I'm here in the captive audience either. There's some things that went wrong with that. From what I saw of it, watching the video that I saw, was that he was in handcuffs and in the unit. I know I can recount to you many times I had somebody in back of my unit and they were still sitting in the unit after I patted them down and they were handcuffed. I hauled ass to the jail because I didn't want to deal with it no more. Those individuals took that man out that car while he was still in handcuffs. They were punishing the man who was already in manacles. You don't mete out punishment on the street. You go. Take him to the jail, let them deal with him.
Yeah.
That was my, I will never say anywhere that I support police misconduct. I don't support bad policing. I don't support I never have, even before I was on and afterward and within it. I never supported abusive techniques or tactics. We weren't taught to be like that. I wasn't taught to be like that. I was taught to end the problem. Because you're thrust into situations where you have to handle the result and make sure that you're going to get home the same way that you showed up to the locker room. So that was my outlook on the job. And that was how I approached it. And that's how I dealt with it. And I actually did not have to command respect from my peers. They knew what was coming. They knew how I was going to handle the situation, how I was going to handle myself. So, I don't mean to be really impassioned about it, but I just want to be clear.
I got you. You know what? The way you speaking is part of the reason I wanted to be a cop. I heard you say you left because you really wouldn't serve in your community because of where they put you. And I couldn't get the job because I wanted to. I'm being honest. I said, I'm gonna be a cop. And this is why I wanted to be a cop. And this is the area I wanted to work in, right? Because I'm a firm believer in, I'm like you, I don't think the police should just necessarily be abolished. But what I absolutely think is, right, people from your neighborhood, from your community, not even just any black person who's from, let's say, where I live in Atlanta. I shouldn't be the cop. I shouldn't necessarily be the cop on the West End. And I don't live around there. I think cop policing, if we get people from the areas to police the areas where they are from, where they know the people, I think policing would be better for black people. I think our communities, I think it would be served better, right? But the people in power don't want that. Even though I wasn't from Vine City, I be in Atlanta a lot. I go to those areas. I chill, you understand? But that's where I wanted to be. But the powers that be don't want a cop, don't want someone like me who want to be a cop, because I say I want to change the relationship that my people have with police. Let me be the one to go out there and show cops how to treat my people, because these are my people, right? So it's up to me to go and say, you know what, with me with that badge on, I'm gonna treat you like what you are. I'm gonna treat you like a human. I'm not here to harass you and arrest you. I'm here to help make sure the community is clean and better. And we're the ones that should be getting, that's just my take on it. I yield the mic.
Oh yeah, yeah. You all good, bro. All right, and I just want you to know, my brother. Yeah, I definitely did invite my brother on here, and I appreciate everything my brother is saying, and I appreciate you for answering. And I don't want you to be hard on my brother. Like learn from his experiences. We got people in different areas. Like the point is not to go backwards anymore. The point is to learn from what we have been through to not make the same mistakes, and moreover get to the point where we all want to be and we all can agree on. My brother got a son, what I'm saying, my brother Bakari got children, what I'm saying. I'm sure we all can agree we want their safety, we want them to have the best possible future they can possibly have, and we can only do that by coming together and using our experiences to what I'm saying. And so I appreciate you for coming on. But Blue ain't talked for a while, so I want her to ask her question, and then brother Adal, then Bakari.
Yeah, I'm listening to it all, and it's all great talk. Like this is what we need, even if it comes to a point where when we are saying something, like if someone did say, and I didn't read, read one thing, but even if someone is showing frustration, against like, oh, how could you say this when this happened? Like that. I mean, that's good. You have passion about what happened to our sister, so that's great. I'm glad you feel like that, but we a lot of not just us as a race, people in general, but if we can kind of get better at this, not just looking at one thing, you know what I mean? Like look at the whole picture, don't just look at the one thing that he said, that look at everything else that he's saying, which is in general to educate us and make sure that we can kind of be on the same page on a lot of things. Like that's why we're doing these talks, so we can bring together the same like-minded people and let us all be on the same not just knowledge but basics on certain interactions and how we our outlook and insight on things. So the feedback is encouraged. It's just like let's be respectful to each other, because we are all trying to like have those conversations. We're a family. Families argue, right? And they try to hear each other out. We're just a bigger family, extended family, and it's going to be times where we feel like, okay, maybe a little bit offended. We don't want to do that to each other, because we have a goal, and we can't keep having these pit stops along the goal. So certain things you kind of got to think about what you're saying. Don't react out of emotion. Kind of when you're talking, speak because you consciously thought about something. You can't take out anger on someone that didn't do anything. You know what I mean? Why didn't you go and protest that, down at the police station? Brother Adal didn't do this. You know what I mean? Again, he's just really speaking from his insight and experience, which we need to appreciate, because the same person that said the comment, I'm sure they probably not gonna hire you as a police officer. You know what I mean? So you do have to have a certain level of conscience and understanding to be able to even get in that position. So just being appreciative of his background, and we all got different backgrounds, and that's again what makes us special and what we bring to the table. So I like to think of me when I'm speaking as a mediator, because it's genuinely all love for me, even if like someone said something I disagree with. I try to see their whole. Hello. Oh, I try to look at everything that they're saying, not just that one group of words that cause me to feel a different way. Okay, so it's really about the whole picture and the goals and movement that we're trying to do. I'm gonna yield the mic.
Well, thank you. I appreciate y'all for having me on, and I just want you to know that I'm not getting emotional at this. I'm just being clear and saying that I'm presenting my perspective and point of view from my experience, and I'm not necessarily talking about the whole industry in general, other than what I understand of it and my perceptions and point of views into situations that I've seen go on publicly. So that's I'm not angry or anything like that against anybody here. I don't feel necessarily put on the defensive, but I knew that this would be this way when you actually declare openly to people what you did for a living, and I understand, especially right now in this space and atmosphere in society, and there's public trust that has definitely eroded from, modern day so-called modern day policing, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And
And really quick, I just want to say, with Khaled, I see he just got on. Hey, how you doing? I just want to
Hello.
say I love what you bring because you do have a diverse background. You coming from Haiti alone, you have a different outlook, so you bring great info to the table. So we definitely need to hear from you. If you can, give us specifics. Coming from there to here, you see the difference, you know. But I appreciate you too.
Thank you.
Hmm.
I'm gonna let my brother go, and then I'm gonna let Bakari go. You finish Adon with my brother.
Yeah, I think I covered it. I'm still here for whatever y'all need. I'm good.
Okay, yeah, and I'm gonna let y'all go, and then I'm gonna let y'all close out. But I definitely want to say this, yeah, because I appreciate you for coming through and telling us your experiences. You know what I'm saying? Because I want people to understand. My ultimate goal was like we gotta have our own force. You know what I'm saying? That's really what I wanted the show to kind of be about. You know what I'm saying? Building up to like being able to do our own thing. You know what I'm saying? Pelage fell off, but ultimately I wanted to build up to us making our own force, you know what I'm saying? And I appreciate you for
Uh-oh.
actually stepping out there and telling your
Yeah.
story and all of that stuff, my brother. Like that's real talk for real, man.
So you have to really study the Second Amendment, right, and understand the wording of the Second Amendment. We all have to do that. You understand that it's our right, a right to actually form properly regulated militias, right? You do understand that's in the Constitution.
No, I did not. Thank you.
Oh yeah, definitely. But yeah,
But
we got to have the right mindset to have the militia, and I wanted to have the mindset, the insight of like what it's like, because for us to be able to, because like in my opinion, like we cannot call on. Like you see, I seen too many mental health calls go down with they're just pulling their gun. Too many of them have this inherent fear because as Black people, even if we close our eyes and imagine a Black dude, a big Black man, especially God forbid if he had dreads walking down the street, a lot of us will be clutching our purses. You know what I'm saying? So what do you think these cops are doing? And you see a lot of them have a certain mindset, you know what I'm saying? But we actually need to have our own force. You can't replace something without having something. But we got to see the
I agree.
insight of all of that.
I agree.
And let me say this because my sister Shanique, I appreciate her. She said
Oh, she got a question. Okay, cool.
yeah, she said, "What is the advice that you would give, that you would offer a Black man or woman when they encounter the police in the stop or even a call to a scene?"
I know it's hard to do, and again, I'm going to speak in generalities, okay, and based on what my expectations were when I got to a scene, when I got to a call. Okay. I expect for people to be relatively calm to be able to give me the story of what happened. I'm not saying, that people are going to really be totally collected, because I take that into account depending on what people have gone through. What we what I used to try to do, what we try to do, what we're trained to do is find answers. And we have to maintain a certain decorum and ability to control the situation if it's out of control, depending on the nature of the call. You're not going to get on your screen in your car. It's not going to give you the full details of what's going on. Someone has to get there and talk to you and measure things out, gauge things out, and be able to direct you to the resources to have assistance. That's in a nutshell what it is. It's not really that complicated, but then again, it is. If the one thing that I could chiefly say to people is if they could just kind of dial themselves in and remain calm for the moment, and know that, yeah, I got to talk to this damn cop over here. Just kind of draw it in and deliver the story as best as possible so that they can, process it and direct the resources accordingly. And that's a simple answer that I can give for that.
All right, I'm gonna let my brother Pelej go in, and then everybody gonna go around and kind of Bakari, you can take as long as you want because you came on last, you know what I'm saying. But then after that, everybody just go around and close out. But you can go ahead, my brother Pelej.
All right. Hey everyone, how you guys doing? Um, well, listen, I was taking some notes. I feel like I should have maybe call in. I don't want to be negative, and Sister Blue, I believe that's you just mentioned my name. Um, yes, I'm from Haiti. I grew up there, and I left Haiti when I was 13. But at the same time, my mindset, I live around, white people. Actually, I was married to a white woman. I have a son with her, but my experience with her was horrendous. Okay. Because I don't want to get emotional. A lot of people say like, "Whoa, you deserve, you make your bed, you're gonna sleep in it." Um, my thing is the way I look at things, the way I look at white supremacy and policing is there. I mean, like it's policing is for black people. That's just my opinion. Okay. And again, I feel like everybody is respectful of the former police officer that's on the panel. Um, I don't believe that we cannot, again, this is just my opinion and this is a fact. We can't we can't patrol our neighborhood, okay, in this country. We're not free in this country. We are not. Globally, we're not. That's just a fact. And if people want to argue with me, that's fine. Um, Again, if you guys Google Edgar Hoover's mother, you see she's of color. And then you go back and Google J. Edgar Hoover, he's black. Okay, there's a lot of makeup on. Okay, what did he say? He said his goal is to prevent the next black messiah. Right? You know that, focus. Okay, they have a building what named after him, the J. Edgar, the FBI building. You guys know that. Um, you know, consciously and unconsciously, I am a supporter of white supremacy in the system. Okay, and that's just a fact. If people want to dispute that, that's on them. Now, what we can do is unify. Focus always talk about that in his premieres, okay, and his lives, and I love that. Okay, um, I know I'm always getting like people always tease me, oh man, this brother is long-winded, long-winded, but it's all right. It's all right. But for me, it's I don't know. Yes, I am angry. I am upset. I'm like I don't want to boast and brag. We are one. Culturally, we are different. Yes, I know that. I am black. In the eyes of supremacy, we are the same. Okay, brother Bakari, brother Focus, everybody else, and Sister Blue, we are black. But my mindset is very revolutionary. I'm sorry with the slow speech, like Malcolm X and Harriet Tubman and Harry P. Newton, and the list goes on and on and on. Marcus Garvey. Okay. Um, But no, I don't think we can have our own police station. We cannot. It's not possible. The goal of white supremacy is to confuse black people, is to divide black people. Okay. The only time black people is allowed to be dominant is during Olympic season, is doing sports. Tell me if I'm wrong. Type something in the mess, down below, see if I'm wrong. No, we're not. But they have to dumb us down. Okay, we have to fight amongst each other. At the end of the day, guys, I'll give you an example, and then I'm gonna like say my piece, and I'll pass the mic. Chicago, for an example. Chicago was founded in I believe, either 1833 or 1836. Okay, don't quote me on that. It was founded by a Haitian. Us black people. I'm not giving the Haitian culture all the credit. We are one. Us black, we are powerful people. We are amazing people. Chicago was founded by a Haitian people, a black, when they were still slave in this country. Okay, so what is holding us back to work together, to talk to one another? I don't know. What is it? I've been listening to Brother Bakari yes, Brother Bakari, I've been listening to you, and Brother Focus, I've been listening to you longer. But what is stopping us to link up? The thing is, though, my thing is, though, with white people, Chinese people, Asian people, they have no respect for us. There is no respect. They will take, they will invade. Okay? That's just what it is. We are at war. Okay? In Haiti, in Africa, in Brazil. Haiti is not poor. I'm from Haiti. Haiti is not poor. Haiti is like that by design. Okay? There's slavery, there's raping going on in Haiti. But there's uranium, there's gold, there's copper, there's tons of stuff. Okay? So listen, I know I'm long-winded. Yes, I am. But I love this talk. I love this conversation. My thing is, I want to see my people free. I want to see my people be in control of their destiny. The minute that Focus, listen to me, and Sister Blue, listen to me, and Brother Bakari too, okay? And I don't know how to say the former police officer's name properly. But the minute that we get to control our neighborhood, that's the minute that will be the end of white supremacy. Until then, we are on their control, and that's it. And I yield the mic, and Brother Focus, thank you. Thank you.
All right, yeah, thank you. And I appreciate all y'all for coming on, and brother Adar, I appreciate you too for staying on. I know you had something to do. If you want, you can respond, and I'm gonna let brother Bakari go, because I should have probably had Bakari going. I want Bakari to go, and then unless Blue got something, everybody go around and close
Man,
out. So.
I'm free and clear, man. So I don't have anything else to do. I'm here. So you can
All
let
right, yeah.
Bakari
If you
speak
want to
on it.
respond to that, and then Bakari, and then if Blue got something, and then we'll close out.
All right, I'll be quick. I'll definitely be quick on this part. And I don't know how I could respond to the brother, man, as far as what he's saying. I understand that racism exists. White supremacy is a mere concept that's been constructed to keep us subjugated, right? So, that's known. That's been established. I can't really formulate much of a solid answer to what Brother Pledge is saying, to be honest with you. Each of us has, bring something to the table to, share. It's a matter of sharing our experiences, right? And meeting in the middle. Unification is something that's hard to do because there's such a separation of ideologies, first of all. I mean, we're of different ideologies. Somewhere we got to meet in the middle and all realize that we're from, the original land, right? Whatever you choose, whatever that, we're the chosen original people. And if we could just see, beyond our ideological differences, we can really formulate a plan. My idea of formulating a plan happens to be forming a body politic and working within the existing system constructs until we can usurp it. Okay? Because the system that existed previous to all this, previous to 1619, even going back to 1492. We're talking about the Spanish Inquisition. That is when everything got really turned upside down, inside out, and backwards. Not necessarily with the inception of slavery, because those of us that are of a certain origin from Africa, which this landmass once was, we did pre-exist slavery, of course, and we were empires before that. So once we understand history, not his story, but we understand history and how it plays into who we are and understanding ourselves and where we fit, and we can all fit together because we're all separate tribes, different ideologies, and that, like I said, we all come together as one. And not everyone's going to come, but we all have to formulate a plan and move forward instead of backward.
All right, Brother Bakar.
There was a lot said. I agree. When Peled said we are one, right? We are, him and a brother Dolph said the same thing. But I'm gonna go back to Peled when he said how Chinese people and white people don't respect us, right? I've been doing most of this work for black people in the streets most of my life because I had no choice, right? By the time I was 8 years old, most people my age, I had registered probably more black people to vote because I ain't have no choice. Help black people register to vote and work on more political campaigns than most black people my age. By the time I was 8 years old, because I had no choice, right? But my people that raised me came from a different era. My father was born in 1920. My father was turned 52 10 days after I was born. My mama was born in 27. My grandparents on both sides was born in the 1800s, right? I went on that little tangent right there to say this, right? I don't worry about white folks. I don't worry about Chinese folks. They gonna put obstacles in your way. The biggest thing is, what are we gonna do? You understand? I call it white supremacy. White supremacy preaching is what people do, right? And as long as we stay stuck saying white supremacy got this, can we hold a conversation about what we're going to do? If we want to change things, can we even talk about what we are going to do without mentioning white people or Chinese people? That's the biggest thing. They have so much control over us. We can't have a 20-minute conversation about what we are going to do without mentioning them. Think about that. In our own spaces, in our own neighborhoods, in our own communities. So the biggest thing is, what are we gonna do? And the brother said we got so many different ideologies. We're all tribes. That's why I always say it don't make a difference what set you claim when you look at it. Because when people when the system see us the same. The whole world see all of us the same. So I don't care about your ideology. Is, do you want to see us get better? I'm not even telling you to leave your clique, your gang, your set, whatever you want to call it. You don't have to leave that to work with other people that look like you to make things better for both. The English did not stop being English because they decided to work with the French and the Spanish and the Portuguese and the Dutch to come over here and conquer and create what they call the New World. They kept their own identity. They kept who they were to create this. You understand? What they call the New World. So the biggest thing for me, when they say, what can we do? What Brother Dolph said, when he said the system work, we need to use the system, learn from the system until we're able to usurp it. I absolutely agree with that. Create power for yourself. Whatever in this that you can use other people's stuff to build yourself up. If we can use this to build ourselves up, let's use it to build ourselves up. Create power. I'm not trying to create equality because we don't want to be equal. I want power. I'm just being honest. That's what we should be fighting for. We should want power. Because if we're going to talk about how racist this world is, and talk about how we're treated, why do you want to be equal to some? What make you think people that hate you and do all that to you, what make you think they're gonna ever tell you you are equal to me? No, that ain't gonna happen. So the biggest thing is what you're gonna do. I was on my partner's show the other day and I told him, and they was talking about creating power. And people don't understand it might be small, it might be some people call it small and minuscule. But what I said was, I said, I got this sister named Blue. I put her number in the chat. I say, text her. I say, this is something that she created and she helping black people get jobs. That's power. They probably, well, how does she do this? And they go to asking all of the questions. I said, well, text her. Don't ask me. Text her. So you can get you a stay from home job. You're on here complaining about you can't find a job. White supremacy won't let you do this. But here goes a sister who wasn't concerned about white supremacy, wasn't concerned about none of that. But she created some. But the only thing you have done is complained about the number that I've given you so you can text. I know I've had people that called Blue, and I'm glad I did, but I'm just talking about a few who said some things. So for me, the biggest thing for me is, what are we gonna do? And I'm gonna be doing a show probably tomorrow, Friday, called Removing the Crutches, because we have to remove crutches. When I mean by the crutches, we have to, every time something happened, we have to stop automatically going back 200 years. Not saying that didn't happen. We have to look right now and say, what are we doing right now? That's my take on it. So if we want to get better, we want to create power, that's what we have to do. I'm not saying ignore what has happened, ignore what's going on, ignore white supremacy exists. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, we'll get through it if we start to knowing that we can. They're going to put these obstacles in our way. So as we unite, organize, and strategize, we will be able to go around those hurdles by any means necessary, the way we're going to do it. Use them to build ourselves up. I'll yield the mic.
Okay. Blue. Hold on. Pelagia. Blue ain't talk for a lot. I got like Blue talk. She the co-host. So.
Yeah, unless he wanted to be short real quick. Okay. Well, pretty much, yes, I agree with everything all y'all saying, because at the end of the day, I'm looking at the whole picture of your whole point, and we're really all saying the same thing. And I just feel like because we have not actually witnessed the power of our people winning, um, we we don't know and don't have that mindset of how to cooperate with each other to be winners, and that's where it kind of starts with the different ideas of how we should come together. And I feel like we got to be more realistic about um, how it actually works, not how we all think that it should go in this, that, and the third. Like most countries have leaders, they have rulers. They don't have everybody saying, "Oh, I want to do this, I want to do that." It's not going down like that. Yeah, we got a democracy here, thank God. But it's like, come on, it just don't work like that. And I've been in that situation personally, trying to build and create and just having too many chiefs, and then it doesn't work like that. So everybody plays a position. Everybody has their own special thing they're bringing to the table. And you have to understand, when one person is able to orchestrate, because that's what it's really going to take to have a really good um, operator to tell you, hey, this is going to work if we put this here, this, and that. And you got to fill your role. Every species has that that breakdown. It don't make sense why we got animals that don't speak English that know how to cooperate with each other to allow them to be able to live and survive. So I just feel like, put that ego to the side, because you taking it out on the wrong person. For one, you save all that ammunition for the other one, for the other people, that's the people we're against. So look at us. The outlook should be, we are a team. Whether the encounter is, you go into a store and your sister's on the other end of the register, or they're serving you as at a restaurant. Like we are all a team at the end of the day. And that's how we got to start moving, like a team. And what did I want to point out? There is a book that there's the guy, my son. He raps. Um, I love his raps. I don't know if y'all heard of him, but he actually came out with a book. In 2020. It's called "I Know My Bill of Rights," and it's not expensive. You can get it on Amazon. But he pretty much broke down some basic things that we should know, as a basic knowledge, legal knowledge that we should know. So I encourage everyone to take a peek at the book. I think you can get like a free preview on there as well on Amazon. And pledge, I think you're right with saying, start with building a strong neighborhood and community. Because if we can, reach out to our immediate partners, it's like, okay, we can build from there. And then in each community, like you was also saying, Bakari, have our own grocery stores. They need to connect in that manner to build. So whether they need, like, whether we have a blueprint that we can actually use in each community to say, hey, y'all do it like this, it'll work out. You know what I mean? So I feel like it would be, kind of on us to come up with that because we need guidance, because we don't have that. We unfortunately we didn't have, that passed down to us for so many years, and it's been so distorted. If we seen a game plan and again was able to see how it worked, but let's give that first example of connecting a community and letting them build, letting them start to have their own stores and not have every other race or surrounded in their community with their stores, one by one. And I think the first place to start is the store because where we go, that's what we need. Every day we have to eat and have those basic necessities. So we have to actively work. We can't just kind of like intermittently work on these things. It's an everyday. If you want to see change in your lifetime, or it's something say something that you did that you can actually tell to your family. Like we all have to actively work. And I know you said, Bakari, we can't go into any conversation without talking about the other races. I agree. We shouldn't be talking at them to use them as a crutch on why we're not doing what we're doing. How I'm looking at it is, okay, we can look at what they're doing. We want to look at our opponent's, strategy. So that way we pretty much monopolize on their strategy. We not even reinvent, but we build knowing how they move, we can move like that times 10. You know what I mean? I think it's important to look at how they structure and how they move to learn from, not to at all use them as a reason on why we're not doing what we're supposed to do. But we got to stop going back to the years and years ago that we seem to not really care much about, but keep on arguing about. It's time to deal with what's going on now and actively work to move forward. So I can't wait for us to talk on an offline note because, like I said, I think coming up with that blueprint for the communities would really kind of help and actually start with one to show, the example. It was really nice being on here tonight. Peace out. Love y'all so much, Dolph, for being vulnerable and putting yourself out there because that's what we need, So very appreciative of that, and we'll definitely see y'all next time. Peace out.
Hey,
Uh,
Blue,
yeah,
you would have had another time to say that, but
what?
but Les, you can say what you got to say real quick, and then close
Yeah.
out, and then I'm gonna go to Bakari to close out, and then since my brother Adele, my guest, I'm gonna get him to close out, and then Blue, since you the co-host, you close
Okay.
out.
Yeah. 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 Okay. I'll make this real quick. Yeah. For me, all I just want to say is that, I'm listening, dissecting what, Brother Bakari is saying, and about, we always have to mention, the Chinese, the white people, and well, the Asians and white people. I just feel like us Black people, even me, I'm not just talking about I'm not just pointing the finger at all black people. I'm pointing the finger at myself. Okay. I'm pointing the finger at me. Like, we are the most ethical people. Okay. Those people, they're out there to like, they've been murdering us. Okay. What was it like last summer? Or was it like 6 months ago? Even like, I think it was like either 4 months ago. I don't know exactly. There was like 74 shooting in Chicago. Okay. Long story short, you guys remember Jesse Smollett, his lies or what have you? They were able to find it just like that. Just like that. They just reviewed the tapes and just like that. But you telling me there was 70 shooting in Chicago. There were nobody was brought to justice. Okay. It doesn't make any sense. Listen, I want to be free. Mentally, I'm free, but physically, I know I'm in Babylon. A lot of us, what we need to do, we know that. Even the commander in chief himself said, if the citizens wants to, you can't, if you want to go against us, you need to have some airplanes, some nuclear weapons. That's what he said. And, you know, I want us to be real about things. I'm around these people all the time. I know how they think. Okay. No respect whatsoever. Sometimes we have to do what we have to do. Okay. I'm going to go back to focus again. The key is unity, 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 unity. And that's just what it is. Okay. And we don't, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to burst about this, but I'm proud. Okay. Jean-Jacques Dessalines, Toussaint Louverture, Daddy Bookman, who was a voodoo priest from Africa, went to Jamaica, went to Haiti to help with the revolution. Daddy Bookman. There was a sense of unity. Okay. Those ancestors live in me. They live in us, not just me. Focus. Those ancestors live in you. Brother Bakari, those ancestors live in you. Harriet Topman. Listen, what's next for us? What should we do next? Yes, I agree we should meet offline. Okay? That's the next thing. You have to remember, our ancestors, we didn't have this online thing. They made it happen. Okay? Listen, have nothing but love for you guys. I'm gonna like yield the mic. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bakari. My bad, Pelagius. Bakari, yeah, you go do your thing.
Look, man, thank you for letting me on your panel forecast. And it was great to be up here with everybody that was on the panel. Blue, Pledge, Dolph. Appreciate you talking about your experience as a cop and not hiding anything, because you know how a lot of our people feel about cops. Sound like you was a good cop. Sound like you was trying to do the right thing while you were in there. And I appreciate that, you know. But going forward for us, we have to. That's why I said we should support when we see good cops, they in our neighborhood, good black, and they trying to look out. Don't just judge them because they have on their uniform. We have to start supporting one another. We have to start supporting one another in our endeavors in what we're doing if we want to get better. If we truly want to get better, right? So everybody, so we got the link up offline. We do. But I know we do. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I really want to, but I ain't good at organizing nothing. But and we can see where everybody live, and we come up with us a good meeting place. Uh, somewhere historical, if possible. You feel me? But let's just keep doing this, keep growing, keep, I still say Team Black, and I say we all Team Black, and I appreciate us working together and continue to grow together. And once again, thank you everybody in the chat. If y'all ain't heard of my channel, y'all heard of it now, Brother Bakari. Go smash that subscribe button and that notification bell. Hey, Blue, hit me tomorrow when you get an opportunity, when you ain't at work. Shoot me a text. I got to holler at you about something.
Yeah, I appreciate you, brother. Hey, let me say this real quick before you go, dog. This dude Matthew Harrison. Yeah, I know who he was. Yo, you welcome to come on the show. Like I said, if you want to talk about the critical race theory stuff, you know what I'm saying? This is a white boy. Usually they kind of scared to come on because they already know. But if you want to come on, y'all, you're welcome to come on. But probably not tonight. But yeah, my Dolph. You can go ahead, take as long as you want, my brother. I appreciate you for coming on too. But take as long as you want. Close out, say everything you want to say, and then tell them where you can find you at, and you know what I'm saying, plug your stuff, my brother.
Hey, thank you, man. Hey, first and foremost, man, I appreciate everybody's appearance on the panel tonight. I appreciate the conversation, and I look forward to more of it. As a matter of fact, tomorrow, in actuality, I'm going to be doing a live stream tomorrow, 10:30 Pacific. Wait a minute. Yeah, 10:30 Pacific, 12:30 Central, 1:30 Eastern, and it's just going to be open conversation. I might just, I have an ability to derive this organic conversation out of nowhere. I don't really touch on a lot of hot topics, but I just want to kind of, I don't know, get my feet wet and start having conversations more and more here on, online and speaking to the people, and hopefully cultivating something out of it. In terms of my feeling vulnerable, I don't I don't operate that way. I don't necessarily feel vulnerable. I'm not paranoid. I'm an approachable person. I don't really go around in fear, but I do believe in maintaining an ability of ready preparedness. So there's a term that I call gas station ready. So I remain pretty much ready for anyone that might want to walk up on me, and I don't really take that too kindly, especially during this day and age when things are crazy as they are. So, I don't expect any issues at all. I don't run around thinking that I'm vulnerable towards anything. And when I go out this door, I have certain expectations that I'll make it back. That's just the way that I roll. That's just my mentality. Um, I don't really have very much more to add other than please, if you would, if you like, to feel free and support the channel that I've created here. I think the links are already posted, and I'll be hosting a live stream conversation, and just whatever comes to mind. I haven't even taken notes yet. I haven't even posted anything, but I'm going to post something here after I'm off of here, and just let people know that I'm out there. I just want to have a conversation. I just want to try to be as laid back as possible, and present my point of view on things that's going on around us, and maybe go over some past history. If y'all want to even talk about, expanding further into the profession that is so-called law enforcement, or the police science, or the police career, I'm willing and open to do that and have some discourse on it. But aside, from that, I don't entertain, anything that's not productive or not constructive. I just don't have the time for it. So, you're welcome to reach out to me. There's my information, should be on the screen. If not, I'll post it back up somehow, some way. But you'll see my YouTube channels and things like that. I'll stream through Facebook as well. So I'm looking forward to making your acquaintance. And as we build, I mean, that's the thing. We're here. The time is now. We need to build. I'll yield with that. Good night.
Yeah, and I want to say thank you, my brother, and subscribe to this channel. And I asked the brother to come through because I kind of like his energy. You know what I'm saying? I think he seemed like a good brother. You know what I'm saying? And like, learn from people's experiences before you judge them, and just listen to all the information the brother brought or whatever. So Blue, you got something to say, and plug your thing if you want. Your work from home thing.
Yeah. I'll pretty much be short because I thought I was closing out, but I'm a reword real quick what I meant. Not that you felt vulnerable personally, but more so, for example, you see how when you put out the the fact that, what your background was there, in what you felt about the system. There was, people that felt otherwise. You put your personal business out there and shared it with everyone, when some people might have thought twice, like you said before. Oh, they might consider themselves a sellout and want to keep it to themselves. You actually opened up, and shared some information with us that I've never gotten a chance to get personal with a police officer and have him give me some insight and feel like, wow, I really appreciate that. So that's what I really meant, um, by putting yourself in that position. Not that you may have felt that way, because me myself, I don't feel, um, no type of way from, no one can get me out of myself, um, no matter what they say, because I know me, and everything that I do, I know that I'm doing that, and I'm happy with that, you know. So that's what I meant. And dang, I should have stopped. I'm sorry. I done started kind of driving and it just distracted me. But dang, forgot what the heck I wanted to say, y'all. Um, I'm gonna go ahead and just close out right now. Um, as far as what I'm helping and doing, and something that I kind of been uh, doing for a while now, is being an entrepreneur. And one of those businesses, it just happens to be able to hire people to work from home. And I put it out there in this way on this platform because I really want to purposely help, my people. So when I speak to you, you're gonna understand what I mean by that. So if anyone is in need and looking to work, text me at 804-250-1049, and I will gladly get you details and see what you can do. I know some people still don't have access to have computer and internet at home. I don't know if you know, but you can use your local library as your workstation. You would just, of course, talk with the librarian there, and they would get you set up, with a designated spot. So if you didn't know that, I would definitely reach out to your local library, and definitely see y'all again on another night. Hopefully, we catch Bakari on his show tomorrow. And then you said you was going live at what time tomorrow,
Yeah,
Adele?
I
Eastern
posted
time,
it. Yeah,
1:30?
yeah, I posted it in the chat. It's
Oh,
10:30 Pacific, 12:30 Central, 1:30 Eastern.
1:30 Eastern. Okay. I know I'm gonna be tied up working
Hey,
myself, but I'll be speaking with you
hey,
tomorrow
Blue.
anyways.
Hey, Blue. Repeat
Mhm.
the number one more time.
Sure. 804-250-1049. Yeah, just shoot me your name and email so that way I can straight get you over information with examples, and then you can kind of look over and we go from there. But yeah, y'all, it's always love. Um, I appreciate everyone for jumping on the panel and tuning in. And thank you for giving us this episode because we needed that. Everyone have a good night.
All right, yeah, I thank all of y'all for coming on. And after everybody get off, I got somebody coming on here supposedly who gonna prove me wrong about critical race theory. But I want to use these kind of people as an example. You know what I'm saying? Because they really don't know what they're dealing with. But I do want to say this before I bring them on. I called this the Readjuster Party. Now, I didn't mean it by its historical meaning. You know what I'm saying? I was talking about readjusting our mindsets to where we could be able to police ourselves. And I wanted the brother to bring on his insight, you know what I'm saying? And I appreciate the brother for doing that. So much respect to him. And, the Readjuster Party, like I said before, the Readjuster Party was a party back during the 1800s where they created all kinds of, they created Virginia State University. They created all of these things. And, this was when they was restoring those Redeemer governments, you know what I'm saying? So back in 1883, this what led to the Danville riot, where all of these people got mad, and then during a meeting with black Republicans, because Republicans were Democrats back then, so it's basically black Democrats, but they were Republicans. And the white Democrats were putting out articles in the paper talking about the injustice and humiliation white people have been subject to and are undergoing daily because black people got into office for like a year, and even though they didn't do anything to them. And the third night of their meetings, like we talking about doing, a group of whites started coming over there, and then one white boy said some black man stepped or tripped a white woman or some crazy stuff, and they got into an argument. You know what I'm saying? And so they responded by the white group that showed up, really the Klan. They responded by showing up and shooting into a crowd of women and children. You know what I'm saying? And they killed a number of people. You know what I'm saying? But after that, black people were intimidated to go to the polls or whatever. So they restored the Redeemer governments, the all white governments in the South. And that because people think the Klan didn't come until the 1900s, but the first Klan was in the 1860s. So I just wanted to give that little piece of history on before I bring this white boy on. And well, I guess he fell off now. I don't know. He better come on. I'm pretty sure he doesn't really know, but um, yeah, I appreciate all of y'all for coming on. So yeah, I appreciate it. I'm gonna let him come on, and y'all can stay on, but I'll let him get a chance to prove me wrong. So what I'm saying, y'all can get off if y'all want it.
I'm gonna stay. I want to hear this.
All right. Let me see. All right. Blue, do you mind going off or
You said to
Bakari?
Amon, right?
You want me to go
Going
off?
off. I got to take one person off so I can bring them on the
You,
Oh
studio
yeah,
system.
I can go off.
I just need one person. It don't matter who.
Okay.
no, I can listen from the back end. It's okay.
Okay.
All right. All right. Matthew,
Yes, sir.
what's going on? Yeah, I found y'all trolling. These white boys. They pretty easy to get mad because their talking points are pretty regurgitated. So, I found you talking about critical race theory, and you talking about the critical race theory is racist, right?
I believe it is because I'm from an age, and I'm 38 years old, fixing to be 39, and I don't believe that you're born racist. I believe racism is taught. I grew up in a house where blacks were called the N-word, and I come to a point in my life where I had to choose whether I was going to be that way or not. I grew up in a poor family, and like I say, I'm starting to get to a place where I'm having to make decisions for my family if I want them to be raised up the same way that I was raised up. My mother,
Wait. So, you telling me you got your values and all of that kind of stuff from like a bunch of racist people?
sir.
I'm saying you said you telling us that you got your values and stuff like that from a bunch of
Okay,
racist
okay,
people.
that's what I'm saying is
Now I was asking you that was you. What was you saying?
and I had to make a choice one day whether I wanted to continue in that or whether I wanted to get away from that. Now, like I say, it's a choice. It's not a skin issue, it's a heart issue, I believe. Because when I was 20 years old, my My dad got killed by a drunk driver when I was 9 years old, which separated families. And my sister, at the age of 16, started dating a black man. Well, like I say, my raising taught me to hate that. Now, my sister, I got in touch with
Y'all didn't do anything to that brother, did it?
sir.
Did y'all do anything to that brother who was dating your sister? The black man was dating your sister. Did y'all do anything to
I,
him?
I didn't even, I didn't even talk to the man. Just
Oh, okay.
dis- disapproved to her. I told her that I didn't think that intertwining with the races is like it's supposed to be. I mean, it's like I say, it's like I'm taught. If you love the person, hey, yeah, I'm all for it. But like I say, the children don't have a choice in the matter, and you're putting them into a world that is not going to accept them as white, not going to accept them as black, that they're mixed. But that's like I say, I'm not trying to go into all that. But my sister, I just talked to her this year, and we reunited, and she said, well, how do you feel about the the race issue now? And I told her, I said, it's not up to me anymore. I said, that's God don't see the color of your skin. God sees your heart.
I mean, all right, all right. So
And
like,
I
what
know
is the problem with race
it's
theory? You
doing
know,
to it,
critical race theory.
but critical race theory, like you're saying, people are taught to be racist, and the people that are taught, they can choose whether to accept it. Just like going to church and hearing about Jesus, they're teaching you salvation, they're teaching you eternity, and whether people believe it's a theory or not, you have a choice whether to accept it or not accept it. Now, me being racist, I've got a little boy that's 5 years old. He met his cousin for the first time, and he's mixed for the first time in his whole life, and they played outside and loved each other. But that's because I'm not teaching my son to hate a man because of the color of his skin. But it is taught. It is.
What is taught to teach you to hate the color of your skin? What is taught? Because you're like not really saying anything. You're just like giving us your backstory. We don't really care about your backstory. It's like,
Well,
what is your problem with critical race theory?
that like I say, you sit around. I've been in a black church before, just to experience it. And I was sitting in the back, and they're teaching how that they was teaching from behind the pulpit that how uh, the white man has got it made, and then they're sitting there trying to teach you need to use this system. This system was made by the white man for the white man, but this is how you get
Dude,
past
none of you saying
slavery.
that has nothing to do with critical race theory. Like, what is your problem with critical race theory? You're giving us
Define
like long,
define
like
critical race theory.
what?
Your definition of critical race theory.
Well, according to a video that we was commenting on, I'm not sure which video it was. It was the Ben Shapiro one.
It was where Ben Shapiro was talking to Nate,
Right.
I believe.
So critical race theory is basically the study of racism and legal structures, pretty much like how racism is a part of all parts of society. So what is your problem with saying that?
It's not. That's what I'm getting at. It's not. I don't believe it's there. I believe you got a man that's got a badge. I mean, are you talking about in law enforcement? Or are you talking about in in politics as far as government?
What year did racism end?
Racism will never end.
So what are you talking about? You don't think it's a racist system? You're kind of contradicting yourself. So you do believe critical race theory is true then?
I no. I believe that a person can be racist. I mean, they can sit there and whether it's in front of your face, behind your back, racism is still racism, right?
But see, I think your problem is you think that we care about you individually. Like you personally, I don't care anything about your opinions or anything. Like that's a level of arrogance that, you know, a lot of Europeans seem to have, that you think we care about what you think individually. Now, unless you like Dylan Roof or something, I don't care what you think individually. What we're talking about is a system, a structure that has been put in place for hundreds of years. Now, are you saying that is true or not?
Okay. You're talking about from the time that this country started.
Before this country started, but okay, you can start at the start of the country.
I mean,
but
start with this.
I'm talking since
America,
the doctrine of discovery,
a land where we have this
there.
freedom to talk and say, not have to be scared to what we're going to say or the consequences of what we're saying right now. There's no consequences other than maybe if we were face to face, maybe a fight breaking out, there'd be consequences to that. You know. But as far as speech goes, we have the freedom of speech, correct? Because this
Say
country
whatever you
was
want
found.
to say, but say it to the point, man. Like we there's nothing blocking you from saying whatever you want, but you're just filibustering. I want y'all to pay attention to everything that he's doing right now,
That's
because he has yet to answer the question that he has come on to talk about. So go ahead,
okay.
get to the point.
What's the question?
What
Okay, let me.
is your problem with? See, you know, they like to say we have the lower IQs, but I don't. You know, I don't know. What is your
I
problem
don't.
with?
I believe.
Spirit?
I don't think that. I think that if a person can put the time in, put the studying in, anybody can be anything they want to be.
What?
You don't think so?
What is your problem with critical race theory?
Is that it's I don't believe it's true. I believe it's a theory. It's not true.
You don't think racism is proven? You just said a minute ago it's proven, but
Racism, critical race theory, it's two separate things because you can be a racist person and then a person that's not racist can use the system.
You said racism is not in the system.
Well, I mean, it's in a person. It's not in the system. It is in a person.
So there's no there's never been racist laws or anything like that. All right, hold on. I'm gonna let you say something real quick. I don't want him to think you jumping and try to run for leg. I'm gonna let you say something, but so
I mean, I'm getting a hold of what y'all are wanting now.
What?
I said I am getting a hold of the question, the actual topic that y'all are wanting. Okay, so fear. Maybe it's fear that brought them laws into play. Like you're talking about, like in Mississippi when people would say colors in the bag, no white only. That's the laws that you're talking about, right?
Dude, I'm talking about racist systems that is still in existence right now. You know, Wells Fargo just got caught up for redlining like a couple of years ago. Did you know that? What are you gonna say? Go ahead and with your. I know you're trying not to use your usual talking points, but go ahead, please. Because you're not really talking about anything. You're not really saying anything. What's up, Pelage? And Road to Mars. I can't really let you on because it's full right now.
Okay, let me. Okay, can you hear me, Focus? Can you hear me, sir?
Yes,
Matthew, can you hear me?
I can hear
Yeah,
you.
don't call him sir either.
Okay, Matthew. Listen, man. Like we are being pretty respectful towards you. I'm from Haiti originally. I hang out like for almost more than half of my life, almost 30 years. I've been around white people. Okay,
Okay,
the
do you live
problem is
out of
the
the bad
let's
side of Haiti?
Matthew, listen, please. Um, please listen.
No, I'm asking a question.
No, let me. Okay,
We
No,
go
have
ahead.
and hold on, Pelage. Hold on, Pelage. And I'm doing this because this is a lesson. Y'all need to learn how they
Right.
operate. The point is to cause confusion. It is never to direct the answer the question directly. It is to cause you and to get you scrambling, to get you chasing to their point. But they don't even realize a lot of the times the point that they lead into is even dumber because it leads them into more of a trap because they don't understand their own history. All they can do is regurgitate what they've been heard. He can only say a few talking points, and he's trying to avoid saying anything. So saying any of those talking points. So he's really saying nothing right now, and he will not answer the question. But go ahead, real quick, Les. Don't be too
Okay,
long.
okay. I won't. Matthew, listen to me real quick. Megan Kelly from Fox News, Governor DeSantis, they passed laws. People are talking. Listen, certain white American, European, they are ashamed of what they've done to black people. Okay? They don't want to talk about critical race theory anymore. They want to hide that under the rug. And that's just facts. You guys are embarrassed about that. And that's just fact. I saw you dancing around the questions and stuff like that. And that's that. That's all I have to say. That's all I have to say, man. I yield the mic.
Hey, can I speak right quick, Forecast? Forecast.
Go ahead, Bakar.
Hey, look, I'm gonna tell you something. I think y'all giving white people way too much credit. Them motherfuckers ain't embarrassed about shit they did. Why the hell would they be embarrassed? As soon as you got on here, Pledge, with all due respect, you have never called me, Forecast, or Dolph, sir. You said Matthew, sir. Why in the hell would they be embarrassed? Them bastards know what they did.
He
Them
said,
bastards.
"Don't call me sir."
Look, them bastards know exactly what they did, and they want to hold it up. It's our responsibility to crush it. He ain't avoiding the question. He is what he is. That's what they do. They think they're superior to you. They think they're smarter than you. So he want to talk around what you've been talking about. It's not avoiding. It's about him thinking he gonna use some type of superior intelligence, a superior intellect. Y'all giving them too much credit. They not embarrassed. If they were embarrassed, J. Edgar Hoover building wouldn't be there. All these statues wouldn't have still been up. They not embarrassed about nothing they did. They know exactly what they did. And when you think they're embarrassed, they got you having sympathy for them, saying you know some that's embarrassed. No, none of them embarrassed. Why would they embarrass? Why would they be embarrassed for what they did and they still prosper from it? So with him trying to ignore critical race theory, with him trying to ignore certain things, that's not embarrassment.
Okay, I agree. I mean, I agree with you. I'm not embarrassed. I didn't do nothing wrong. You have to do something wrong in order to be embarrassed.
Hey, are you in the white middle class?
I would say yes. I would say
Okay, now how was the white middle class built?
I mean, I'm living in a double wide trailer.
No, I said how was the white middle class? I didn't say what kind of trailer you're living in. I said what kind of how was the white middle class built? You just said you were. Now you're probably gonna take it back. You know what I'm saying?
No. I started off flipping burgers, and I didn't want to live the way that I grew up with 21 dogs in the house.
How was the white middle class built?
For me, it was built by my hard work. Now, as far as talking about how the past make it up,
it wasn't your hard work, my brother. It wasn't your hard work, dude. How was the white middle class built? And it was not your work.
Okay, I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. I mean, if you're going,
it was built off that very handouts that you think, and you wonder why you need critical race. You need critical race theory more than any of us on this panel, in this chat, because you don't even know how the white middle class is built. So how could you be on here opposing anybody, opposing anything, especially when you don't even have the courage to stand on anything that you've said thus far? And I want you to see how much courage they actually have when they come into it. Their whole thing is to cause confusion. So again, how is the white middle class built?
I don't know what you want me to say, boss man.
Okay, well, you say yours is built off your hard work. What kind of work you do, if you don't mind me asking?
I am a technician, overhead doors, like rolling steel doors, service doors, where you go in and out of warehouses, the doors that roll up and down.
Garage doors mainly.
Yeah.
Basically garage doors.
Yes, sir.
Did you have to go to school for that?
No, sir, I did not.
You learned on the job. How
I
long did it?
job
How
training.
long did it take you to become a supervisor?
5 years.
5 years. How many black people at that company been working there way longer than you? Probably know more than you, but ain't a supervisor yet.
None.
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 Any black supervisors there?
There is no black people working, but because that they haven't been given the opportunity to climb,
Oh,
to actually do the work. I live in Texas, and this is hot work. This is dangerous work. We work off the ground, and the people that I have worked with, blacks, they're scared of heights.
the blacks. You mean black people, right?
Black people,
When you-
yes, and
Okay.
they're scared of heights.
So your work is too dangerous and too high for
As
black people. So
for
the
the
few
person,
black people you have met,
the few black people that I have worked with, they get scared and don't want to. They want, hey man, take me down to the ground. I don't want to be up here. And
now
that's not as far as a race, but that's a personal issue. But it's not like
now
my boss man sitting there saying don't hire blacks. The blacks are not coming and wanting to apply for the job with us.
now see, I'm gonna show you something right. The thing with me is I don't care if you don't ever see the problem, in all honesty. Because I really don't give a damn about you. I don't think about y'all. Try not don't hold a conversation with you. But I'm gonna show you something, right?
Yes, sir.
No black people working there. Uh you say black people scared of heights.
I'm not saying
Wait, that's what
that
you but actually what you said, you didn't say black people. What you said was the blacks. They're scared
that
of heights.
He wanted to say the niggas. That's what he wanted to say.
Blacks, they're scared of the work is too hard for them.
I didn't say too hard.
Yeah, that's it. No, you start explaining why black people, as you said, the blacks didn't work there, right? So all of a sudden, when black people don't work for free for people like you in that company that you work for, all of a sudden, hard work is too hard for black people. But your folks got rich off the hard work of black people while they was working for free.
My
But when they had to get paid, all of a sudden the work got too hard. All of a sudden, the blacks, as you say, were afraid of heights. So the whites make excuses, right? Because the whites know that African descent people on a level playing field is going to be better. You understand? So that was, since you call us the blacks, you're the whites. So the whites know that we're going to be better. And what you're doing now, like I said, is constantly making excuses. You thought you were intelligent, but then you say stuff. Then you go back to the same old 1880 stuff. The work is too hard. It's too this. How many Mexicans do y'all have work there?
Probably about 50.
Oh, probably about.
Hey,
See, think of,
hey,
watch this. Watch this. It's only too hard for black people. I'm sorry, in his words, according to the whites, the job he do is only too hard for the blacks.
Well, it
hey,
may be like
what
they
company you work for?
choice. It's not a the opportunity is there for him to work. The opportunity is there for anybody to work. We have to get background check. We have to
Hey,
pass a drug test.
which
We
company you
have
work for? If we wanted to apply, which company you work for?
Overhead Door Company of Beaumont, Texas.
Okay.
That's kind of close to
Overhead
Houston,
company
ain't
in
it?
Beaumont,
Yes, sir.
Texas, y'all.
Close to the coast, right?
Yeah, it's pretty
Kind
close.
of like in between Houston and the coast, I guess, close to something like that.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right. Well, let me say this because it's already late, and I probably we had to set up a show earlier. So like you taking up for your criminal thug ancestors, you know what I'm saying, and all the terror they caused, and you're acting like that you ain't got no responsibility in none of it, even though you sit here lounging in all of it, and you have the audacity to say that it's racist for people to teach the truth about history, like about how y'all worship pedophiles and like rapists and all of that kind of stuff, and your
I don't do.
granddaddy and all of that stuff probably was a criminal himself. Like, I know you want to defend all of that. So again, I'm gonna ask you, what is your problem with critical race theory?
Okay, because it all started with whites taking a boat over to Africa, correct? And
Go ahead, man.
and their people chased them down and sold them.
All right, so because I
us.
hear this all the time. This is what I'm trying to say, because this was the points he was trying not to say, because I told y'all they all got the same talking points. Now, if you're not just regurgitating on something that you heard, please name the African tribe, leader, or nation that sold their people.
Amen. Amen.
Okay. Tell me the name of the man that bought the
No,
first
no,
boat.
no, please, because you just made a statement, and you
I
say
don't
it like
know.
it's fact, and it's something that you heard.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something, Matthew, part of the Whites clan. Read a book called The Slave Trade. Now, when you read the book called The Slave Trade, you're gonna get names and you're gonna get what people did, what you were just talking about.
Who's
The
the author?
Portuguese documented all this. So, because I'm really getting
Yeah,
tired of,
hey, Bakari,
I'm
don't
getting
help him.
tired of
Don't
y'all.
help him.
No,
I
no,
want
I'm gonna help him. I'm gonna tell you why I'm gonna help him. So the next time he spew this this stupidity that he's spewing, this ignorance that he's spewing, right? So when they documented it, and when somebody tell you to name the African, I want you to go to that book called The Slave Trade. You can probably Google it now and see what your ancestors said about black people selling black people, the Portuguese. It was so, because the lie been going on so long, even some of our people believe it. So I'm not helping him, I'm helping our people. When the Portuguese documented, they were in Africa, and yes, people were selling African slaves for, what was it, for trinkets and alcohol and stuff like that. But take a guess who it was. It was not African people. It was y'all cousins, them nasty ass Arabs. And y'all on my list too. I know y'all work together, so y'all on my list. So the next time you want to start spewing nonsense, open up a book and read it. I know y'all didn't have to get that education like they telling black people to get. Y'all can just have your 9th grade education, and before you know it, they'll have someone like me who have a degree. I have an associate degree in business, somebody who been in the military, somebody who CDL, who has done a whole lot of stuff in his life, still own a business. They'll have somebody like me at age 48 gonna tell me, some little white boy who 22 years old dropped out of school in the 10th grade, that he's my supervisor. But see, I'm the type of black person, I don't get down with that.
Hey,
so
and
you don't have to read, because you don't have to. But see, since we have to read, we enjoy reading and learning. See, you can just spew nonsense. Worshiping Robert E. Lee, slave owner, probably rapist. George Washington, slave owner, rapist, and even like little boys.
Yeah, hold on, Bakari, hold on, because I don't want to, because he ready to die on the first point already. So this is just his first talking point. You know what I'm saying? And it just shows, like, their level of. So I mean, if you do, you want to even keep going
I
with
don't
that
like
point,
to
or you
read.
want? Well,
I mean,
it
are you
wasn't.
basing off of other white people? Because if you look, I mean, I have a very good library here of several different books. I do like reading.
So why don't you know anything then?
But because, like you say, that's not important to me. What's important to me is making a living for my family and making a better life for my family.
What is not important for you to not spew stuff that you don't know what you're talking about?
Okay, but slavery started before America. It's throughout. The Egyptians owned people.
All right, so name another group of people that was like cutting people's eyeballs out for reading, or castrating them and then fighting over their private parts. Name another civilization that ever did that.
The Hebrews.
The Hebrews fought each other over
They were
castration and stuff like that.
They were throwing people
They got people eyeballs out for reading and stuff.
I imagine they was, yeah.
Oh,
if they were trying to better themselves, Read.
No, only like psychopaths think that that's normal behavior.
I mean, they killed the firstborns of the family because they didn't want the people
But
right.
y'all killed every born of whatever family. That's the point. Which other group passed laws making it legal to separate? And this was in the North, by the way. You know what I'm saying? So you can't say the North stuff. Which other nation passed a law making it okay to separate children from the mother? Which other group passed? You know, I mean, we can name laws all day. There's been no other group, and you can't bring documentation to prove anything that you're saying. So I'm not even gonna ask for that. But
Hey, Matthew.
Yes, sir.
So, I want to go back to what you said about the blacks. They can't do their work, their jobs. You currently don't work with any blacks. So do
No,
you truly believe? Okay. So do you truly believe that black people are so dumb, which they're not, so incompetent and afraid of heights? But when Brother Bakari is asking you how many Mexican you work with, you said you work with 50 of them.
15.
15. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, 15. Now that's a lot. Now, if you really do some homework, the traffic lights. You know who invented that traffic lights? It wasn't whites, blacks. You do know that, right?
No, I did not.
You did not know that. Okay, so like the peanut butter. I'm telling you, man. You
So,
critical.
for somebody to have a lot of books, you sure don't know anything. Like,
Well,
well,
exactly.
I don't know what you want me to know
No. Here's
because,
the
like,
thing.
it's not in my interest to learn your culture, to learn what black man invented what.
Let me ask you something. Let me tell you something. Why do you people have a problem with Colin Kaepernick taking knee? And hang on a second. Just let me finish. Why do you have a problem with him taking a knee? And on January the 6th, when your people that look like you, sir, went in and like shit on you like most sacred place, okay? The Capitol building. Do you see like the hypocrisy? Do you see the level of insanity, sir? Go ahead
Across
and talk to me. Talk to
across
us.
the board, across the board, yes, that is hypocrisy. Now, whether Trump insurrected that or caused that, it was still the person's choice to go and do what they done. Now,
Right.
it was led by somebody, because everybody's not gonna sit there and say, let's go do this.
Talk
Somebody
to
come up with the idea, and then you had followers.
Okay, talk to me about Colin Kaepernick, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. I served in the military for 8 years, from 1999 to 2006.
hey, which country did y'all invade while you was in there?
Well,
He's got you too. He's got
we
got him.
went through Iraq.
So damn, you lost that war
For
then.
Afghanistan.
Oh yeah, go ahead. You lost, so go ahead.
So
Both
watch
wars.
this, right? When y'all was talking to him, did y'all hear what he said? You said when you told him he don't know nothing, right? And he said, no, I just don't know what you want me to know. It's
Oh
not
no,
in my wait a minute, Bolivar.
Let him
It's
go.
not in my best interest to learn your culture. So why are you here then? Why it's not in your best interest to learn. So why did you decide to come to the Forecast Radio channel and try to cause confusion? Because you said it's not in your best interest to learn.
No, I ain't gonna lie. I told
I
him
didn't say
to
best
come talk
interest. I
about
said
the
I
critical
want.
race theory thing. You know what I'm saying? But even though he didn't do that at all, but you can go ahead.
No, but I'm talking. No, did you invite him to come to your chat?
We got caught up on a reply, a little message.
Forecast, did you invite him to come in the chat?
Oh well, yeah. I said anybody who
No,
wanted to
but
come.
did you, when you set up your show, did you send him the show and tell him to
no,
watch?
No.
So the point that I'm making is, see, you got to listen, because they just lie. But if you listen, you can catch them in their lies. He's not interested in learning about black people. But you
Exactly.
are here in the chat with black people talking black stuff. So if you're not interested, why are you here? That's the question I'm asking.
Well, okay.
Let him answer, Oliver.
To better learn the way of thinking. The
So you got
is it
so all of a
because
sudden you got interested.
you hate me because I'm white?
I don't hate you. You never heard me say I hate no. I don't even think about white people enough to hate them.
Yeah, hold on, because
And
y'all like to say that. Let me speak on that real quick, because y'all like to say that, because that's a level of arrogancy that I'm talking about. You really think that you are so important that somebody actually hates you when we don't care about you one bit. We did not come over there and kidnap you to come build the country because you couldn't do it yourself. Y'all was like being cannibals and all of that stuff. We don't go out in the street looking to harass you, looking to go into your communities. We don't do any of that stuff. And a level of arrogancy that y'all have to talk about, oh, do you hate me? Do you hate me? No, that's you speaking on a reflect. That's you projecting how you really feel.
And yeah, you're right.
Oh, there you go.
Matthew,
Yes.
you said you serve in the military. Let's go back to the Colin Kaepernick question. Here's my thing. Do you know the guy that told him the most honorable thing to do is to kneel? That's what he said. Why does that bother you, sir, and you people? Talk to us.
Okay. The only reason why he was able to kneel is because of the country that he lives in, that most people run down the road and y'all hate because of the foundation it was built
Your
upon.
Dude,
computer
I
broke
need
up.
you
Say
AB
that
law.
again. You start sounding choppy, Matthew. Say it again. I couldn't understand what you said.
and yeah, and leave that word hate out of it, because I just broke that down. You know, I know y'all got that arrogance. It's hard that y'all got that low IQ that y'all project. Please don't say hate, because we don't care
All
about
right.
y'all one bit. Go ahead, Matthew.
The foundation
Did you freeze up? Sound like you froze up.
we agreed.
Go ahead and
Am I
repeat
better?
yourself, Matthew.
Yeah, I think Matthew, you freezing up or something.
Go ahead and get your signal straight.
Mm-hmm. So, go ahead, Matthew. Go ahead.
Him taking a knee, if he would have done that in any other country, he would have been killed on sight. If he
You
would have went
liar.
to
Liar.
Hold
How do
on,
you
let
know
him.
that?
Hold on, let him get it. Let him finish this, because I don't want him to think like, oh,
How do
we
you
got.
know that? Are you familiar with
Let
other
him finish.
civilizations and cultures?
a white man went to Singapore and painted some spray paint, and he got beat for it.
Are
Do
you,
you
again, I asked the question, are you familiar with other cultures?
know somewhat,
And
yes, sir?
there,
I mean, I'm not a doctor in it, but I do know the things that I've
so basically you're assuming.
assuming, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
I got a book since you have
Who's talking?
books. Oh, can I just add one thing? I'll be very brief because I don't really have a
Take
lot
your
to say.
time, dog. Go ahead.
I have one book for you to read, and it's probably the smallest book that you might have in your collection if you have it. It also happens to be available at Walmart for $5.49. There's also an audio book available on Audible. It's a very, very good read. It's also got pictures in it. Are you interested in it?
Yeah, I mean, like I say, I'm all about learning.
Okay, the book is called 100 Amazing Facts About the Negro with Complete Proof by J.A. Rogers.
Does it have a reason why?
I'm not gonna get into to anything else here tonight. And you don't have to promise me anything or anything like that. But if you are purporting to be a reader of books, if you do not have that book in your collection, I will implore you to get it and read it. Period.
Okay, it says Brother Dolly Day, right?
No, sir. If you sound out the phonics, it says Dolph. DAHL.
Nah, they do that kind of stuff on purpose, like Muslim and stuff like that. They like to be disrespectful like that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
you know.
And I am a Moorish American Muslim, sir.
Okay.
And I say sir just to keep this respectful and let you know that this is going to be a respectful conversation when you are dealing with me. Are we clear?
And that's, yes, sir, I am. And I understand the way that you're
Thank you.
talking is because
Thank
you're
you.
taught to
Thank
talk
you.
that way.
Thank you. Excuse me?
Is it what? Thought to talk. What?
Because
No,
Wait,
no.
wait.
Repeat what you said.
Talk that
Excuse
way.
me?
Hold on, y'all. Let him
Excuse
talk,
hold
y'all.
on. I'm unclear with your phrasing. Would you say that again, please?
Because you're taught to talk to people that way. You're taught to take the lead and be respectful and don't let nobody else crap on you or talk bad to you. And I respect you for that. But you don't have to sit there and tell me I'm doing this to be respectful.
Your respect is not of my concern tonight, sir.
Well, then why should yours
What
be?
I'm going to tell you is,
It's a
if
double
you are
standard.
purporting to be a reader, I would suggest you read that book. Simple.
I'll look at it, see if it's
Well,
worth it.
look, I'm gonna be
Okay.
real with you. I don't got
let
no
me ask him. I'm sorry. I thought y'all were done. I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead. I thought.
no.
I'm through. I'm
Cause
through with
cause
that, but
yeah,
you know,
I'm
Let
I'm
me
still
ask him
here
one
to
question
I'll
before
participate
Cass.
in the conversation.
So
y'all
Matthew,
hold on.
since you over here in the Forecast Radio channel, something that you are not interested in, but you're still here, which confuses some people. What's your? You got all those books. So what do you like to read? What's your expertise?
Okay. My expertise is the Bible.
The Bible.
All my books here.
Oh, because I was wondering if you wanted to debate on something. Because I was gonna say, you could set this up on the forecast where one day you come through. I thought because you had all those books, so all those are religious books. But
F.W. Borum. There's some AA Way of Life. I got a couple dictionaries. Jack London. Family Devotions. Matthew Henry. I've got, just several books that I like reading about.
do you have any pictures of Jesus?
I don't know what Jesus looked like.
But you
Why
would you
not?
consider yourself a Christian?
I do consider myself a Christian, yes, sir. But
Okay, so in your church, what color?
I
What do y'all have Jesus as a? What would you say Jesus was a black man?
I would say no. I would
Oh, because
say
you can't.
a white
Why?
man.
Because you can't see. You'll say he's what?
He's not a white man either. He's
A
an
Middle Eastern. Is that what you're gonna say? Middle Eastern, right? That's what all white
They
people said.
they're white people too. Arabs ain't nothing but white people. For the record, that's those
okay.
people.
Moses' wife was black,
They're
And they didn't.
Caucasian.
You know what? You're right. Moses' wife was black, and his family didn't like the fact that he married a black woman.
but he
See,
still
you
married
ain't the only one. You're
Hebrew.
not the only one that read 24 pages out the book.
Well, listen, I wanted to go back to have you because I just want to go back to this again, sir. Um, Again, out of the respect what my brother said. Um, you told me the reason you have an issue with Colin Kaepernick, kneeling because X, Y, and Z. Why was that so disrespectful?
You've got people that are giving their life for the freedom of this country. And you
Okay.
respect to stand up for the national anthem.
Okay. But you went, listen, sir, you went
Hold on,
to
bro.
fight for, let me finish with this. Excuse me. Like you went and fight for us so we can do that. So we can do, so we can freedom of speech.
Have
You
your
did
choice.
that for us.
Right.
So,
But
so,
that's
so no,
hey,
no,
so
no string attached. No string attached. But you people can go in the Capitol building and destroy everything, stole laptop, and just get slapped in the wrist, right?
if that's what happened,
It's
yeah.
not if sir. And then another question, and I'm just gonna sit back
What
and
branch of
watch
the
you talk.
military were you in,
And then
Matthew?
hang on a second, brother
All right.
Bakari. Hang on one second,
Oh, I'm
please.
sorry. I'm sorry.
No, hang on one second. Here's my thing. All the cities, Chicago, Detroit, Los Angeles, all those things. Let me tell you something, brother. Okay? I know in your mind, all those thugs, I know. I mean, I know your lingo. the thugs in Chicago, all those people, all those thugs. Why can't, what is the problem? Do you know who's causing all those problems in Chicago, in Houston? Who's causing all those problems? Is it black people's fault?
I don't know because I'm not there, but I read
You're not there?
Okay, but I read a comment on the chat that says, let's see here. It said something.
Oh,
Okay,
he
no.
dropped out of
We'll
car.
wait for him.
But
the,
yeah,
the
cause
leader,
look,
the leader of the whites fell off.
Who did that, man? Come
yeah.
on now.
Hold on, I'm gonna see if he come back on, and then if
Yeah,
not, I gotta get Rose and
we'll
Art
wait.
on. They've been waiting.
Hey,
All
focus.
right.
You're going long tonight, brother.
Hey, yeah, all right. It should be coming back on. I don't know.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna say,
Okay.
Look,
I'm
I'm
back.
gonna,
this is what
I'm
we're gonna
back.
do.
I wasn't trying to run from nothing.
All right.
Yeah. This is what we're gonna do, cause this white boy
All
actually
good.
had the courage to come up when many of his
Yep.
peers would
I'm back.
turn
I'm
and
back.
run.
If you want to let me
So
finish.
well, I'll let you. Well, I might let you finish when I finish. You know what I'm saying? So like this white boy has the courage to come on here, so I want to let him try to get what he says in, but we got to get to the point because it's already getting late. So you know what I'm
Right.
saying, we're gonna get back to the point of critical race theory because he's
Yeah,
supposed to
because I
prove me
gotta go to
wrong,
work
and
in
this
the morning.
conversation's been through everything but that. So what you got to say?
All right. I read a comment. I was trying to find the comment, but it cut me off of here about Meridian, Mississippi having the shootings. Does anybody remember what happened in 2005?
when that white boy shot up that school, yeah.
No, no, sir. Katrina happened, and
Mm-hmm.
it broke the dam at New
I was thinking
Orleans.
about the school shooting. My bad.
Okay.
Okay.
And where did all them refugees, evacuees, whatever you
You
want
mean
to call them?
black people, right? Is that what you're saying?
There was
Hold
it
on,
was a majority black, but there was
let him
whites
finish.
as
Let him
well.
finish. Don't cut him
But
off.
they
Let him
went to
finish.
Meridian, Mississippi, and you've got
Refugees apply to foreigners, so he's got a Freudian slip of some sort
to
of there. So.
a
And that's what the news was calling them, refugees. That was on the news, CNN, and all that bullshit. Yes, you're right. It does apply to foreigners, but I'm just saying, Dolph, that's how disrespectful the news was to our people.
right,
That what they were calling them.
and
Yeah,
they moved into Meridian, and they're 10, 11, 12 years old at the time. Now, how long has that been? It's been 16 years ago. So now we got 27, 28, 29-year-old people that have flooded Meridian, and Meridian is mostly a most black community during that
Mm-hmm.
time. So, like I say,
a lot of
you
history there.
had New Orleans, which is called Sin City. No, that's Vegas. New Orleans is just god awful place
Mm-hmm.
because
Okay.
of the things that happen down there. The lifestyle that those people
Too
choose
many
to live.
blacks, huh?
Well,
Hold
there's
on, let
cases. I
him
got
finish.
family that live
And
in
the
Louisiana.
thing is, you got to let them finish because every time they talk, they put they foot in their mouth. Watch, let's watch. Let them finish what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
And like I say, crime rate went up. It's not because they're black. It's because of the way that they were raised.
Oh,
I told you. Let him
It
finish.
had nothing to do. It had nothing to do with diminished opportunities, right?
Wait,
Nothing to do
no,
with that, right?
let him finish because I want
No,
you
I just want to add
to
on.
elaborate what's going on in
Like I say,
somewhere
if
like
they go sign up on welfare and they get dependent upon the country, on the government, and they're getting a check for $500 a week,
hey
who's
Matthew,
gonna
who
turn
wait
that away?
hold on, because like notice y'all, he knows things that he wants to know and doesn't know other things, but he really does know them because they try to act like. So Matthew, who is the who gets welfare the most? Which group gets welfare the most, Matthew?
The people that apply for it the most.
no.
I see. Which people apply the most?
I would say blacks.
You would say
You would be
black people
wrong.
get welfare more.
I would say they do, yeah.
Oh,
Because
you would.
I've tried myself trying to get food stamps and stuff, but I make too much money.
Yeah, we all on here make too much money, Matthew. But you would be wrong about that. You know what I'm saying? It would
Hey,
definitely be
Matthew.
those drug addicts in West Virginia and places like that. All them red
West
states. Y'all so
Virginia
stuck
being
on the
white.
Republican plantation You know what I'm saying? Y'all can't get off the damn Republican plantation. Y'all don't know better. So busy in everybody else's business that you don't even know that your own corporation that you call the government, you know, and those criminals that you call founding fathers was using people like you, Matthew, because you said that you was a poor white person, which I wouldn't doubt. A lot of y'all are poor whites and don't know no better and live in trailer parks and all of that kind of stuff. But you think other people get, you know, food stamps when it's really your group getting it the most. You talk about affirmative action when it's white women benefiting from affirmative action the most, more than anybody. You know what I'm
Amen.
saying? Your group had got because I asked you earlier, how is the white middle class built? Because I know your talking point is welfare and all of that stuff. But guess how your middle class was built? Straight welfare. You know what I'm saying? It was built during the handout after the Civil War. You know what I'm saying? Well, black families got excluded because that's a part of critical race theory. But they know all of this stuff. And I want y'all to understand they know all of this stuff. You don't have to convince them about racism. They're here
Right.
to practice it and preach it because, you know, they got convinced that he got convinced that if he's better than the highest black person, then he's better no matter how poor he is. And he will give his last dollar to defend America. And now, which is Trump, who got kicked out of office. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
he's dumb as a box of rocks, you know what I'm saying? Almost as dumb as George Bush, you know what I'm saying? And he would give his last dollar to defend that. And he don't even know that he's being used the way that he thinks that black people are being used by the Democrats. He's on
Amen.
the Republican plantation right now. Like,
Amen.
aren't you, Matthew? You on the
No,
Republican plantation?
I believe that Trump done a lot of good things.
Are you
And
on the Republican plantation? You can't even say you're a Republican. You can't answer that question.
no, I don't even vote.
No. So you didn't vote for Trump?
I don't have a point of view as far as I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican.
Did
I
you
look.
vote for Trump?
Did I vote?
For Trump?
No, I do not vote
Okay.
because I don't think that it matters what if I voted for the man, somebody else is going to make the decision who goes into office. We've
What do
already
you mean somebody else gonna make the decision?
yes, it's somebody else's decision, not ours.
Oh, I agree with you there.
But one thing for
Yeah,
sure, Matthew, it's gonna be some white folk making their decision, and they're gonna make sure y'all gonna be all right.
yeah.
You understand?
So
So,
But you know what? But
Matt,
you're doing. But I'll give you this. I respect the fact that you came on here and you stood up for your people the way you're supposed to. You should. Now answer this question, yeah or nay, right? Do you think are you okay with Robert E. Lee statues being removed?
Honestly, no, because it represents some sort of history of the way
wait. I know you ain't just saying represents history and you want
Yes,
it
yes.
does. I mean,
Forecast, let him. Oh,
stop
I know
it,
this your
bro.
channel. I'm
Come
sorry,
on.
Forecast. I apologize. This your channel. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that was a good question. I was like, no, I can't believe what he just said. I can't believe he said he wanted the history of Robert E. Lee, which lasted for 5 years, to stand, but he don't want to learn nothing about Black history like 3, 4, 500 years. He don't want to know that. But I just found it,
You,
kind of
okay.
hypocritical to
you
say
know
that.
some old Matthew. I'm finna tell you something, right? You say you don't understand critical race theory. Y'all don't want that taught in school and whatnot. You don't want Robert E. Lee's statue moved. I'm gonna tell you something. I didn't want his statue removed either. Cause guess what? I know ain't none of y'all bastards embarrassed about nothing you did. And I'm glad you willing to say
And
that
you
you
didn't. His statue was there anyway.
watch this. But I'm glad that you say that represents some type of history. So at least you're telling the truth about you and the whites. You're the leader of the whites tonight. So
so,
at least you're telling the truth about the whites. I
so,
don't want to remove either because what the bastards want to do. See, we talking about critical race and they don't want it taught in school.
Then
We
they're
fighting
taking
that.
away
But
these,
every time
taking
they
away
move
all
a
these
statue
racist
in front of
statues,
our face,
racist
they
discrimination.
are hiding their history. They are removing their history in
I agree
plain
with you on
sight.
that. I agree with you on that
They're
because
removing it. And I
you
don't
take
want them
away
bastards to
half thinking that
ever
because
get rid
of
of that
racism.
shit. Because then they're going to try to teach my grandkids that this did not happen. It absolutely happened. And the leader of the whites is proud of Robert E. Lee's slave owning history. What he did, he's proud of that. And that is okay. You know who
yeah,
Shaka Zulu is? I'm proud of his history. You know the Zulus are in South Africa? You know
He
Nat
doesn't
Turner, I'm
know.
proud of his history. You ever heard of New Africa, Mississippi? Those people that kicked a whole lot of white slave owners' ass, whole lot of Indians' ass in the 1700s and created a free society. I'm proud of that history. See how you proud? And I'm proud of that history. And I want to run across some of these Robert E. Lee lovers because I'm a lover of New Africa. And maybe we can have a conversation in person. Or maybe we can just do another good debate on here. But I'm glad for you, Matthew.
Yeah. So Matthew, I know that in your mindset, Matthew, you talking about crimes. You talking when you hear crimes, you hear thugs, you automatically think it's black people. Let me tell you something, okay? The biggest gang, the biggest thugs, you know, are you people, okay? And that's facts. And you do know that. And I know you're proud of that. Okay? Like here's the thing though. What do we have? We don't control anything. But yet you deflect, you blame everything on us though. So it's our fault. I mean, what do you have to say about that?
All right.
It's your
Hold on,
fault,
Matthew. Hold on,
man.
Matthew.
What's your fault?
Look. Hold
Don't
on,
treat it.
Matthew. I'm gonna let Matthew go ahead and say everything he gotta say, and then you know, I don't want to be on here too much longer, so I'm gonna let him say. We'll set up something else, and I ain't trying to like if you want to put me on a panel with a bunch of your top scholars or whatever, and try to jump me or whatever, you're welcome to do that. You know what I'm saying? So I can crush all of y'all. But go ahead, Matthew. Say everything you got to say.
All right.
Go ahead, answer my question, Matthew. Come on.
Everything was breaking out.
Oh no, I was just saying though, like I know in your mind, when you hear thugs, when you hear crimes, you always automatically blame it to black people. Okay? But I'm
There's
saying
white. No, there's white trash just as much as
no,
there's
I'm just
black.
saying that the biggest thugs in the world are you people. Okay? For an example, okay, you in Africa, you in Haiti right now, okay? You people in Haiti are stealing everything. You think that's ethical, sir?
Do you mean the missionary that we're going out there and preaching the gospel to the
Preaching the gospel and raping little boys, raping little girls. You talking? Let me say it. Hillary
people that I
Clinton,
with?
Bill
No,
Clinton, George Bush. They've been down there since 1974. They are stealing all the minerals and stuff like that. Okay, so let's not talk these little silly games. Okay, listen. You in control of Chicago. You in control. You people in control of Detroit. You people in control of everywhere right now. When until we come to power.
until
What do you have to say
until
about that?
power. Is that what you said?
No, no. What do you have to say about all that? What I'm saying though.
I mean, that's still a
He ain't gonna answer that, Pelej. Look, this is what I'm gonna do because two people in waiting, so like I might have to get like two people to go.
Take me off, forecast. Take me off.
And then I'm
Take
gonna
me off.
no.
and then look, Matthew. I know I'm gonna have to set it up for later so you can
Give me
come
the take
on or
off.
whatever and talk about the my bad, Pelez, my bad. And talk about the critical race theory, even though I know you're probably not going to talk about it, but we'll have to
No,
set it up. And if you want me to come on one of the panel that
research
somebody,
a little more.
I will. But I'm gonna let everybody do their thing. But let me ask you, and I'm gonna let Road to Mars because they've been waiting in the back, and then I'm gonna let Cesaro come on. So I might have to get one more person to go off after that. After whatchamacallit go on, but Matthew, can we at least agree on one thing? You know what I'm saying? That President Obama had the most beautiful first lady ever.
Yes, I'll agree with you on that because Barbara Bush was some old hag. Yeah, I agree with you on that. Well, I don't know. Trump's wife is pretty good looking.
Yeah, right. You can't even see her face. But anyway, go ahead, bro.
For the Botox, yeah.
Go ahead, Roll to Mars, and then I'm gonna let everybody
Yeah.
go
So
ahead.
hey, so yeah, how you doing? How you doing, Matthew? So I kind of
Before,
wanted to get back. Sorry, say that again.
what's the point of your show forecast? Is it just a debate show?
No, it's to mind our business and do what we want to do. That's the point.
Okay.
So yeah, go ahead.
All right,
Go ahead. Go
Matthew.
ahead, brother.
Can you hear me, Matthew?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you were giving your your definition of critical race theory. I kind of want to get back on that, and what your issue with it being taught in a college curriculum. Could you please go over that and let's talk about that, please.
Because I mean, all you're doing is teaching hate. I mean, well, out forecast don't want to say hate, but you're teaching people to not like it, not like each other. You're giving them more reason to look down on the other race than you are if you was to teach them how to become something of themselves.
Okay, so give me if you can, give me examples of how critical race theory teaches one race to hate the other.
Because it puts confusion out there. I didn't own a slave. My grandpa didn't own a slave. Now I'm sure that if you went back, kept going back, that you could find slaves. But my grandpa he's dead now, but he had scars running up his arms. And I asked him one day what that was from, and he said that's from picking cotton, because he grew
Matthew,
up
I
in
don't
a.
mean to keep cutting you off, but you keep like sounding like sob stories, and we don't really care about your
Yeah.
grandfather.
Let him talk. Cause I want to kind of
He
get
talked
into his
about
mind as to
how middle America was built off of welfare. I mean, I got a work ethic from my grandpa to work. You do a hard day's work, you get a good day's pay.
Okay. All right. So all of
And
these.
hold on. I mean, let's say critical race, though, brother, because you're trying to teach anti-racism is what you're trying to teach, right?
No, we're teaching self love, and we over here. I teach self love and self determination and self autonomy.
Okay, so you're saying that. So did you ask that question of critical race theory? Are you saying that, or were you asking that of forecast? That did you ask? Did you put that question to him? That's what I'm.
No,
asking
I did not.
You.
I put critical race theory. It causes a lot of confusion between the races. Therefore, it's creating racism within itself.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Okay, do you believe that when you go to Germany, they teach the history, what happened, and with Hitler, the Holocaust. Do you feel that should be taught?
Absolutely.
Because okay. So what's your well that's you're being hypocritical. So it's okay to teach that history, okay? Because that is a form of critical race theory. Okay, they're teaching the German youth what happened. How these people were systematically murdered in death camps. Okay, so critical race theory, and I have a problem with the name. I think it should be critical race studies, because it's not a theory, it's a fact. And it should be taught. It shows one group, one tribe, conquering another tribe, which is, in this case is Europeans, and what they did and how they systematically and brutally oppressed and enslaved another group of people. They deny their humanity. They, because Black Americans are a plundered and plundered group. We're a conquered and plundered group. Okay, and this is what white Europeans did to Black people collectively. So when you look at all of the pathologies that are, that happen in certain communities, in certain Black enclaves, okay, like Chicago, like Baltimore, the rampant crime, the collapsed patriarchy, the poverty. Okay, this is the result of white malfeasance, and so you force your curriculum, you force the study of your history, your heroes. I can name all the presidents. I can name all of I know the words of the Pledge of Allegiance, but I'm sure you could name five of our Black heroes, our prominent Black people that that are important to us. But your history is forced down. Your history is forced. I'm sorry.
Was Medgar Evers important to you?
Okay, that's one. Okay, give me four more.
Martin Luther King Jr. Well, see, Medgar Evers isn't a highly known
Okay,
man.
give me three more.
Well, obviously Al Sharpton's
Okay,
going
so that's my point. That's my point. Okay, so when we
Muhammad
go to
Ali
school,
was
when we go to no. Okay, he's an athlete. Stop. He's an
he's an
athlete. Okay.
athlete, but he still stood
Okay,
up.
so let's okay. So hold on. Let's okay. So now so you made a comment about you disagree with the statutes being those Confederate statutes being pulled down and all that. But see, here's the thing: you're forcing your critical race theory down our throats. Okay, we're forced to walk out and we see the the Robert E. Lees or all of these Confederate all these Civil War heroes that that were traitors to the nation, and you guys are proud of that. Okay, you have no problem with that history being taught, and it's you're a hypocrite. So when we want to tell our story, when we want to let okay, well, this is what happened, and this is how it impacted us. Okay, you try to block that information from being put out there. Okay, and that's what critical race theory is. It's not teaching hate. Now, if as a result, of learning the truth, Black people or a Black child may feel some kind of way about white people in their system. I mean, okay, it is what it is. But it's basically you guys trying to cover up, your dirty laundry, and the fact that you're so just like with them modifying the books in Texas, okay, the school board, you guys tried to be sneaky about that, calling slaves immigrants. Okay, you guys are trying to, you're trying to erase your history here. You guys want to be, looked at as these angels, these people who bring, freedom and morality to the world. You are the light on the shining hill, and you guys are full of shit. And when you do that, it just really shows how the fact that you don't want to teach the history with all the warts. Because I agree with you. I don't want the statues taken down because I want them to stay up. It's a reminder of how we got here and what you guys did. Okay, and but if we're going to teach history, it needs to be taught with all of its warts. And we don't candy coat or sugarcoat anything. We tell the story of how we got here, and because here's the thing, sir. Okay. One of the reasons why you don't want it taught is because there is a justice claim that Black people are starting to become more vocal about, and that's reparations. Okay, because you sound like one of those guys because you're making this argument about how hard you work and you didn't own slaves and all of that, and but you still owe the debt. Because everything around you, when you look outside and you see, these well-paved roads, these neighborhoods that are, and these well-manicured streets, I'm sure you probably live in a nice neighborhood. Okay, all of that was, all of that was built on the backs of, my people. And when you go to certain enclaves, Black enclaves, they weren't able to take their labor that your people stole from my people to build up their neighborhoods, to build up their people, to maintain their families. Okay, there's a debt that's owed, and you guys don't want to pay it. You want to eat at the banquet table of conquest, but you don't want to pay the check. And so critical race theory isn't about teaching hate; it's about teaching the truth. What happened? How we got here? what one group of people did to the other people did to the others. Okay.
Eating at the banquet.
All right, go ahead, Matthew.
I dropped
Go
my
ahead.
phone dropped. You said eating
All
at the
right,
banquet.
Yeah, you know, white Europeans,
there?
well, white people. Yeah, I'm here. I said white people want to eat at the banquet table of conquest, but they don't want to pay the check. And
all right,
so you
go ahead.
guys
Hello?
you engage in all these intellectual dishonest, you know, conversations about, well, critical race theory teaches hate and it teaches, you know, white people to be ashamed of themselves. Well, you know,
It says
that's
I'm in
not
the
the
show.
intent.
Did y'all stop talking?
I don't know. I guess he can't hear you, Tom. Well, he at least acting
Can
like
you hear me?
I don't know. I guess he
Can
can't.
you hear me? So
Matt, you got to go
you
out
know,
and come back in.
I didn't mean to get long. You know, I apologize for being long-winded like that, and I'm going to give you a chance to respond. You know, so anyway, go ahead. Did he leave or?
Nah, he acting like he can't hear. But you got to go out and come back in. But you got to hurry up because it's already late. And then I'm gonna let all of y'all say
Matthew. Yeah, Matthew, are you there?
I'm here.
All right.
Okay.
I don't
All
know.
right. So go ahead, Matthew.
You was talking about sitting at the table, the banquet, and everything dropped from there.
Yeah. Anyway, you know, this he don't really care. Like we don't have to set up another show because this was supposed to be what?
Your view of it. I understand that. I understand that this country owned slaves, that they made them do the work, and
Matthew, bottom line, right? Because I got to really get off here soon. Did Christopher Columbus discover America?
no.
Did how did America build as well?
By stealing.
Do you think that you got any benefits of that stealing? It's not like a rocket science question.
Well, and you sit there. If I say no, you're gonna
Be honest. Just be honest. That's the only way you can go. Be honest.
I got what I've got because I worked for it.
Did you have the
You
opportunity?
honestly believe that?
Hold on. Do you think that you got the opportunity
Wow.
that you got? But how do you think those came about?
And you want me to say because
I
I'm
want you to
right
say
now.
what you want to. I want you to say everything you want to say. How did you get? Did those opportunities just magically pop up? Like
Those opportunities rose up because I was a poor white boy growing up. I didn't have a lot of friends. I didn't have a lot of people that I could say, hey, I know so and so. It was because of my hard work, me working late, me showing that I had a good work ethic. It wasn't because my grandpa knew so and so. It was because of my hard work. And I'm sorry that there are people that get privileges handed to them, but that's still not my fault as a whole. Now
so.
there may be a certain percentage that do have that opportunity, but if you were given that same opportunity, would you say no, give it to the man that really wants it more than I deserve it, or more than I need it, or more than whatever their reason may be?
All right. So let me ask you this:
Oh,
Do you think that you got a certain privilege more so than everybody else?
I do not.
let me ask you this, Matthew. Okay, if you moved to another country, okay, you became a citizen of that country, do you feel that you're responsible for that country's debts? Yes or no?
I would not want to leave America, but if I was to choose to leave America, if I became part of that country, then I would say yes. I mean, if I want to jump in, then yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So why? Hold on. Wait a minute. So why do you feel that you're not responsible? Okay, because again, you know, you're making that argument. You worked hard for this. You sound like one of those guys who says, well, you know, look, I understand that slavery happened. Okay, you guys were oppressed, but you know, I didn't own any slaves, and so I don't feel that I should be responsible for reparations and the debt that's owed to Black Americans, because I didn't do it. My ancestors did that. But you do acknowledge that a debt is owed, but you just feel that you don't owe it. But you're a part of this nation. This
Okay.
nation owes the debt to us. Okay.
I'm
It needs to be paid.
I'm getting where you're going.
Okay.
A forecast is going to say I don't want to hear your pity party story, but my father was killed when I was 9 years old, so I don't have those memories that I could have had. Does that family owe me what those memories could cost?
That's a false equivalent, sir. We're talking about the rape, pillage, and plunder of your ancestors. Okay, your forefathers. And so you inherited the benefit of that. You inherited all these nice little goodies, an intact society, a system that works for you. Okay, and there is such a thing as white privilege, and we've inherited
Got my card in my pocket.
we've inherited the poverty, the pathology, okay, of being a plundered group. Okay, so to correct that, and you say you're a Christian man, you believe in the Bible and all that, and the Bible is all about justice and retribution and all of that.
Justice.
And
what is justice?
Justice is, when you just when you're reading the Bible, and you're a man who believes in the Bible, the Bible is all about, when you take a man's goat, that needs to be restored. When something is done to someone, you have to make it right. You have to restore whatever it is that. So you're okay. Since you believe that, you can't. Okay, if you're hold on, wait a minute. If you're principled, if you're principled,
happening.
if you're principled, okay, and you're intellectually honest and consistent about your belief system, the Bible. If then you cannot rationally argue that white people, or this country doesn't owe Black people, particularly American descendants of slaves, reparations.
What would it do if you give, just say, according to critical race theory, Blacks are deprived and they live in poverty because of the white man?
Yes.
Because of being took from their homes and then not given the opportunity to own land, so on and so forth. Okay, what would be a number that would be sufficient to say, all right, here it is, we're sorry?
The number has been calculated by economists, both Black and European alike, and the number is huge, sir. It's in the trillions. When you compound the interest is huge. And the thing about it is that
cannot be, therefore, right?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Hold on. Hey, Matthew. So what is your reason that you think Black people are poor, or like in the lower social class? What is your reason for that?
I grew up in Hillsboro, Mississippi.
Lord have mercy. What is your reason for thinking we are poor?
And like I say, I grew up just as poor as, that was growing up in school.
Dude, hold on. Before you go down this road, I'm gonna take this poor stuff away. Do you know that it was the poor white people who was committing all of the massacres on Black towns because they were saying, look at this Black man with a piano. How dare you better than me? Look up the Cincinnati, Ohio race riot. Look up all of the race riots from the 1800s. It was the poor white people such as yourself massacring these people. Now, if I did something to violate you or commit physical violence to you, do you think I should pay you restoration?
Of course not, because I wouldn't appreciate it.
So I'm saying, if I was to try to do physical harm to you, should I pay you restoration?
That's Matthew, come on, dude. That's the way the law works. Okay, when You know,
Okay.
look, hey, if hold on, wait a minute. Okay, let's say, hold on,
Hey,
wait a minute. Okay, Matt, and Matt, with all due respect, sir, and I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm going to let you, you know, I just want to respond, and then I'll let you put a button on that. Let's say that, I don't know, I had one too many beers, and I, you know, I drive off the road and I run into the side of your house. Okay, and I destroy, you know, I run my car through your living room. Okay, you know, the law is going to, you know, and you'd have a claim, and rightfully so, that I would have to restore, but because of my actions, my irresponsibility, you know, whether it was negligent or intentional, that, you know, that I fixed that. Okay, and whether you know, and it doesn't matter how I feel about it. It's the law. It's what's right and just. Okay, so when you have one group of, and, you know, I mean, you know, I mean the you know, the to this day, Germany's paying, you know, reparations to, you know, Holocaust survivors. Okay, you know, the Japanese were paid reparations for, you know, because they were placed in internment camps. Okay, you know, you know, the Native American Indians, they're getting their form of restitution, right? With you know, government handouts and land and all of that. The only plundered group that hasn't received reparations are Americans descendant of slaves. Even the slave owners, okay, when we were freed, okay, when we were no longer the property of white people, white people were paid reparations for the loss of their property. Did you know that, sir?
yes, I did know that.
Okay, so how are you going to make an argument that the people whom they enslaved, okay, whom they got over 250 years of free labor, you know, labor and work that we did not get to, you know, we didn't benefit from that. We didn't get to pass that on to our children. That's why we're poor now. That's why we're disproportionately poor. How are you going to make the argument as a Christian man that you don't owe us anything, and you are a citizen of America, so you are responsible for its debts? Yes, you are. Okay, so when black people see this, okay, we look at you sideways, and this is what critical race theory teaches. It teaches that you know, this, it teaches this, and it teaches you know, how, you know, those of your ilk with political axes to grind will try to you know, weasel and squirm their way out of responsibility. And this is, no, you know, you're not going to do this. This is what happened,
Thank you,
and this
Shanique.
is how it happened, and you need to make this right. And so, and we're trying to educate you as to why it's right, why it's just. That's what critical race theory is. It's not teaching black kids that hate white people. It's teaching black kids and white kids how we got here.
Okay. When did they start critical race theory?
You know, critical race theory started when you first brought the slaves over here. Critical race theory started when blacks were made 3/5 of a human being. You know, we were livestock, we were chattel. When we were, you know, when you stripped us of our humanity, you raped, and you critical race theory when you guys slaughtered the Indians and took their land. That's when it started, sir. You know, we didn't start it. You guys started it. I mean, these are facts. So, you know, I don't understand what your problem is with it. If you're a man who's principled and you're about truth, you're about you know, the belief in your God, okay, you should have no problem with you know, owning up to what you're, because even in the Bible it talks about this, you know, the children having to pay for the sins of the father. So you should not be mad at black people demanding, you know, their rights, asserting their rights, demanding justice, and you know, demanding what's owed to them. You should be angry with your forefathers, sir.
But
we are the only people who have not been paid reparations. Even the slave owners were paid. Matter of fact, when you go to England, okay, I believe it was it was last year. The last reparations payment to slave owners were the British government paid out, cut checks to their descendants. I'm not pulling that out of my ass. This is true. And when you think about it, and it's outrageous, sir. So yeah, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. What were you saying?
Oh no, it's all right. I was just gonna let him go ahead because it's like real late now. You know what I'm saying? So go ahead, Matthew. Can you answer anything that he said like so eloquently? Can you answer any of that?
I mean, it still points back to you're talking about. I mean, we're stuff happened. I'm not doubting.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that people didn't own slaves. I'm not saying that, but of course you'll sit there and say, well, that's the common answer of the white man. I didn't own slaves,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm sorry, but if my mother owned something and she couldn't pay the debt and foreclosed on it because she didn't have enough money to pay for it, and then somebody else bought it out of foreclosure, I can't sit there and say, well, I want that back. That's mine. That was my mama's.
I don't really understand where you were going with it, but I think I know what you're saying. So let me respond, or let me answer that with this, or throw this at you. Okay. So the Germans today, okay, all the Germans living today, most of the Germans living today had nothing to do with the Holocaust. Okay, but they're still paying reparations. It comes out of their taxes. Their nation is paying those people, and they're going to continue paying until the debt is fully paid. Okay, my people had nothing to do with the Japanese being interred in camps. My people had nothing to do with what you guys did to the Indians. But you know what? My tax dollars goes to paying those went to paying the reparations for Japanese people, and it goes to the the Bureau of Indian Affairs and all the stuff that they do to honor or pay the debts or the treaties that were made with Indians. My people had nothing to do with that. But you know what? My tax dollars goes to paying the debts of the malfeasance of what your people did. When I think of that, and if you are a principled man, you should really think about that, and it should outrage you. So
yeah, he's not
Do I
principled at all.
stop working? And
no,
stop
you don't.
taxing?
No, we don't want you to stop working. We want you to pay your taxes,
But
and we
that's
want those tax dollars to start.
my ancestors.
We
Should I stop working, stop paying taxes because I didn't do
No,
that?
you gonna Matt, you gonna need to keep working and pay taxes.
Yeah,
because that tax money is coming to our reparations, so you're gonna have to fund that. So I need you to go to sleep and get up and go to work early in the morning so we can get that money.
So
Matt, let me say this because, like I said, it's already late. I don't know if my brother Bakar is still on here. I want him to say what he got to say. But Matt, you keep talking about I didn't own slaves. Do you know the people that didn't own slaves hated? They called them Negroes. They hated Negroes even more because they could not compete with jobs because they was more skilled and they got paid for less. So you saying I did not own slaves is not a badge of honor. You would be the most violent person. You know what I'm saying? The people who own slaves were less violent than the people who didn't. So that's no excuse or none of that. So, and let me ask you this one question. So, how again? Because I cut you off. It was my fault. How did why in your estimation why are Black people poor?
Why are Black people poor? I could not tell you because I'm not Black. I mean, like I say, it's not the choice of life. Now, in today's society, with the equal opportunity that's there, I'm sorry, but it's a choice, is what it is.
And you don't think it's generational. You just
It's
like every
if a
generation they
black
make their own
if
money.
a
That no
black man
money is passed down to that.
went to college to become a doctor, and he became a doctor and went and applied for a hospital job to be a doctor, he may have to start at the bottom of the chain, bottom of the ladder, but if he puts forth the work, then he's not going to be poor.
All right,
There's
whatever. I
struggles
don't know what
with
you're talking
just as
about because
poor.
you keep saying irrelevant stuff. Bakari, we're gonna have to do this another time because the show was originally not supposed to be about this. So if you want to come on, or I'll come on your show, or somebody you know show, or whatever, to make it fair. But if you want to come back on
Well,
tomorrow to
our
really
show,
talk about the critical race theory, you can do that. I don't know if you're still there, Bakari. You still there?
Yeah, the if
Yeah, man, I was still here.
Yeah,
I'm
because
about
I'm
to,
about to go.
I'm about to get off here and listen offline. I keep telling you, and look, but I can tell you this: you got to appreciate Matthew. He is not gonna go against his own people. It ain't nothing wrong with that. You supposed to stand up for you. Don't care how many lies you got to tell, or how many lies you got to stand with. Matthew, you stood with it. It ain't nothing wrong with that.
I'm gonna have to disagree with that, but I
Disagree with
believe
what?
if it's like this: if uh, if if he's claiming to be this morally upright, Christian person, he's going to stand on the side of truth, and that's what critical race theory is. It's telling the truth, what happened, and so for him to make these intellectually dishonest arguments that he's making, he tells me that he's not a principled man, or and is it intentional? I don't know. I don't know his heart. It could be, he just doesn't know better. He does, and he's trying to, maybe that's why he's here. Maybe that's why he's, he wants to learn.
Listen,
But,
let me show you
a lot
something.
of this.
His morals, I'm gonna say this, I'm finna go. Like, the one thing I've learned, right? Being morally correct really ain't got black folks nowhere. His morals,
I
he
agree
will
with
show
you on
you
that.
his morals.
I agree with you on that.
His
I agree with you.
morals is for him to stand with his people. That's why I said he was good. His morals don't care how many lies he got to agree with. His morals is for him to agree with that, because as long as he agree with it, he gonna benefit. That's all I wanted to say. Now I'm gonna listen offline, man.
All right,
Nice
Bakari,
meeting you,
peace out, my brother.
Matthew, and the road tomorrow. It's nice meeting you.
Yeah. Nice meeting you.
All right.
All right,
All right, Matthew, do you want to come back on here another time? I know it seemed like you got jumped, but I don't really care.
No,
Do you want
like I
to
say,
come back?
I'd love to. I mean, like I say, if we can come to an understanding and you better educate me, so that, like I say, racism is taught. Growing up, seeing that how my grandpa or how my daddy, my mama, whoever treats black people, that's engraved into my character, into my heart. And like I say, I don't want that for my youngin. I don't want my youngin to hate somebody because of the color of their skin. I want my youngin to decide on that man how he is, how he works, how he treats other people, and make up his mind whether he wants to be that man's friend or don't have nothing to do with that man. I don't want him hating him.
Yeah, well, we already
Well,
discussed this topic
yeah,
of
yeah.
hate, this whole
I,
topic of critical race theory. You still haven't really said anything that
I,
you're.
I don't, Matthew, I don't believe that racism is about hate. To be honest, it's about economics. See,
Misguided.
I'm
Fear.
sorry.
It's misguidance. It's fear. It's like Forecast was saying, being scared that somebody's going to be better than you or have more than you, so you use whatever tactics you can to bring them back down either to your level or below you. And
Okay. So there is a history of this. I mean, this country is built on slavery, and capitalism, and profit. Okay, so and the beneficiaries, of that system, have overwhelmingly been white people. Okay, and you guys have employed all manner of wickedness and brutality, and these are facts. And critical race theory just wants to teach it the way that it is, how it happened. Okay, there's no candy coating it. It talks about the all of the atrocities. Because if we're going to talk about the heroes and all the the people who wanted to abolish it and all the good and the good things that they supposedly did, well, we need to talk about all the we need to talk about the villains and their wicked evil deeds. Okay, and that's what white people seem to have an issue with. They don't want that taught. They want this sanitized version of history where that doesn't paint them in such a negative light, and that's not going to fly, sir. It needs, and I personally I would change the name from critical race theory to critical race studies, and instead of it being taught at the collegiate level, it needs to be taught at the at the grade school and high school level, which currently it isn't. So, but that with that said, hey, thank you for the debate, and I look forward to engaging you some other time.
And like I say, I'm going to better educate myself, get me a better opinion of all this, so that I won't be wasting your time or forecast time. Or I mean, like I say, I don't hate none of y'all, but like you say, whoever the gentleman's name was that said he's not going to think no more about me, that's not the type of person I am. Because tomorrow I'm going to be wondering, not how can I win this argument, but how can I apply this to my life and to my children's life, so it makes us better people.
All right, and look, not to go down the rabbit hole because we gotta end this. And
Right.
like you said, you can come on tomorrow if you want to, and we'll have it more organized because the show was supposed to be about something else. But let me ask you this before you go though, right? How do you feel about what happened to Trayvon Martin?
To the what?
You know who Trayvon Martin is?
No, sir. I'm pretty sheltered on the
You don't know who
news.
Trayvon is. You know who George Zimmerman is?
Yeah, I mean that's kind of hard to believe, sir. I mean that was nationwide news.
Okay, so how do you feel about what happened to? I mean, you could pick a name like Tamir Rice. Do you know who
George
Tamir
Floyd.
Rice is?
I know about George Floyd.
Do you know who Tamir Rice is?
I've heard the name, but like I say,
Yeah, that's full of it, bro. Like, okay, how do you feel about what happened to George Floyd?
I think he was in a bad position, and the cops got called because he was trying to pay for something with counterfeit money, and he got put in a situation that could have been prevented if the cops would have had more morals about themselves. But of course, they were put in a situation where they were scared, and the only way that they knew how to handle that fear
How?
Hold on, let him finish. Let him
They,
get it out. Go ahead.
okay.
the only way that they knew how to handle that fear was overpowering this man, and whether he died from the man kneeling on him or being high on drugs or whatever, he didn't deserve to die, because
But do you think
he's a
it
human.
was?
He's a
Do you think
human
the
being.
cop was justified though? Because do you think the cop was justified?
I would say it was made more of a big deal than it should have been, because if
So you're
George,
saying so the answer is yes. You think it was justified?
yeah, I mean, if in the eyes of the family, probably not,
Okay, so listen. Okay,
but as far as
because that's all you had to say. You keep
about
saying
George
long
Floyd's family,
stories about yes or no answers. My point is right. So if I think that wasn't justified, and you think that was justified, what is the medium solution?
I reckon. I mean, I don't know what the medium solution.
Well,
What
should it be like we should be in two different societies because you think that killing unarmed black people is justified and I don't? Do you think that we should be in two different societies because we shouldn't be under the same government who thinks that that's okay? Do you think that's, or is that racist too?
And Matthew, and I've got a comment on this. The fact that you honestly feel, and you believe this, because you just asserted that you feel that it was justified, that the cop was in the right, shows that
wrong.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe I misheard you. Go ahead.
Right now, he abused his authority. He abused his whatever, and like I said, the four men that was standing on the sidewalk watching this happen abused their positions because they could have said, "Hey, man, get off of him! Stop this!" And if you want to put it into the other hands, the people videoing it abused their rights as Americans. They may have gotten killed. The police officers may have shot him, but if they would have fought for George Floyd, why didn't they fight for George Floyd? Because they didn't care. All they wanted to do was get something to put on YouTube.
Why didn't who fight for George Floyd?
The people that were videoing all this.
That's a good question because that's what we tell them all the time. Because ain't nobody gonna respect you if you just standing there recording instead of just going up and kick them in the face. Am I right? Am I right about that?
Yeah.
Matthew?
Yeah.
What you saying we should do?
Somebody would have kicked Siobhan in the face.
Matthew, are you saying we should go up and kick these cops in the face when we see them harassing one of our people? Is that what you're telling us to do?
Of course not, because
so what should we do? If we can't stand there and record, and we shouldn't go protect them. What should we do?
Now,
let me ask.
It's
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
situation by situation. You see a human being's life in danger, then I would intervene. I mean, this ain't. What would you do?
Yeah. Now, you said you would intervene. Let me ask you this: do you know about the was it Daniel Shaver case?
Derek,
have you? Yeah, Daniel. It was Daniel Shaver. Daniel Shaver.
You know his name, but you don't know Trayvon Martin, but you know Derek Chauvin. Right.
Yeah. Daniel Shaver. The Daniel Shaver. He's the guy who was killed in the hotel hallway by a cop.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So, do you know about him, Matthew?
No.
You hear about that case? Okay. When you get off here, look that up and watch the video on that, and just how brutal. And and this is a white guy. Okay, that was murdered by the cop. All right. Okay. And, this cop did not face any type of, he got off, he was allowed to retire. He's getting a fat pension, and that was a murder. Okay. Now, if I could look at that and feel some kind of way, if that can affect me viscerally as a black man, to see that this white man was murdered by this rogue, out of control government of ours, it's hard for me to wrap my head around people who claim to be, morally upright. They can't see when our people are being, systematically murdered.
Which was that death, or was it publicized as much as the George Floyd case?
It was, and I'm gonna tell you something. It's brutal. So I don't know how you
monument made for that man.
Now it didn't go viral like the Floyd thing, and I think Floyd was just that straw. That last straw, and
right.
People had enough. It was a perfect,
his lifestyle put him in that situation. It was his choice to try to George Floyd. It was a choice that he made. It wasn't a choice that I made that put him in that situation. It was a choice.
But we're not talking about choices, because look, when we looked at the Daniel Shaver case, I mean, he was just just your average Joe, working guy, and he was murdered by the cops, and those cops were not held accountable. Okay, they went above and beyond what was what's justifiable as far as the use of force, and they murdered him. Okay, so I don't give a rat's ass what if Floyd was passing a counterfeit bill, he had a drug problem, and did not deserve to die like that. Okay, and it wasn't the cops. The cops had no authority to be judge, jury, and executioner. Their job was to bring him in safely if they felt that he had committed a crime, and bring him before a judge, and and that case should have been adjudicated before his juries of his peers. Okay, that didn't happen. He was murdered right there on the street. This white cop was leaning on his neck. Okay, those are the facts. So you can make all these moral arguments about his lifestyle and all of that, and he wasn't a danger to the cop. He wasn't violent. And you said something about the cop was probably afraid. I mean, come on. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, at Road to Mars, I don't want to cut you off, but I know he
yeah.
really don't really care about what you're saying, and he, will think about, and I could ask you about, do you think Muhammad Noor should be guilty? But I'm pretty sure you don't know who that is. You know who Justine Damon is?
No, sir.
Okay, well, that's for another time. You know what I'm saying? So again, like I said, you can come back on here. My email is in there, or you can go back to that comment and get in contact with me if you want to come back on here, and we'll actually talk about critical race theory, because I know you got talking points like for example, like racism ended with Obama or whatever. That's one of your talking points, huh?
Like I say, racism is not gonna end. It's not gonna. It's
But
just a
but 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 you're trying to say that the racism is not towards black people, it's towards white people now, right?
no.
Okay.
It's a person's choice how they want to feel towards another person.
But you are not saying that it's not institutional.
You're talking about being.
Racism is not institutional.
I would say no, because I haven't had to deal with
Well,
that
that's the
certain
point. That would be the point, though.
but
But anyway, like I said,
when I
huh?
served in the military, our color was green.
Yeah, that was until like they wanted to go fit in with the white troops and they got kicked out. You know what I'm saying? Like
Well,
that is
but
until they wanted to do something to stand up for themselves and they got court-martialed. You know what I'm saying? Like, of course you don't deal with it, which is pretty much proving the point. And by you saying that you don't know all of this information that you claim you don't know, which I don't believe, that you don't even realize that you're proving the fact that you need critical race theory more than us. But I also want all of y'all to recognize it's not about trying to convince somebody or convince him. I want you to see how their tactics are, how they use deflection, how they use willful ignorance, but they also are aware of the things that they want to know. But these are the people who created this system. He knows about the laws and all of this stuff if you put it down to him, but he's not going to straight up tell you that. You know what I'm saying? He's going to be against reparations, but he's going to have to pay reparations whether he likes it or not. You know what I'm saying? Do you agree with that?
well, if they make it a law and it has to come out of my taxes, of course someone has to pay it.
Do
Whether I
you
like
hold on? Do you agree with Jewish reparations?
yeah, I didn't. No, I don't.
Okay, yeah, that was all I was asking. Do you agree with that? All
So,
right, but like I said, we're not.
as soon as as soon as you conclude this stream, look up Daniel Shaver.
I've got him pulled up right now.
Okay, and watch the video on that, the uncut video. And if you're a moral man, that should outrage you. And see, that's what black people go through, in this country every day. Okay, and these guys, these cops, mostly white cops, they're not held accountable, and that's systemic, sir. That's a problem. That's a
All right.
problem.
Yeah, definitely. Time to work. Thank you for coming in because you dropped a lot of good knowledge and you spoke, eloquent. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate you. I appreciate Bakari and my brother Adal and Blue. Matthew, since you don't think that is racism is systemic, then you can come on and it'll be a one-on-one conversation, and we'll eventually open the phone lines up if you can do it tomorrow if you want. You know what I'm saying? So, do you want to do that?
What time are you going to do this?
It'll probably be like 9:30.
Okay, it's 12:37 where I am right now. Is it the same time?
Nah, it's 2 o'clock. I'm on East Coast time.
Okay. So you're 2 hours ahead of me, so it'll be 11.
It'll be about 7 for
Yeah,
you.
7:30. Okay. I'll be looking for you, boss man.
All
All
right.
right. Thanks, Matthew. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
All right. Bye.
All right,
All right,
y'all.
all right, forecast. Hey, man, you got my email, and you got my number too. I gave you my number, man. So call me, hit me up, let me know when you want me on, and and I'll jump on.
Yeah, time to work, man. I appreciate all the support you've been showing me for all these years, for real, my brother.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, keep it up, because I want your channel to go go viral, and I'm still trying to get my system, my channels up, and all of that. I'm still working on it. I'm almost finished. I got my website done, but I want to synergistically work with your channel, because because we have all these great channels like Sergeant Willie P, Pink Book Lessons, Kevin Samuels, and all. Their channels have gone viral, and we got Professor Black Truth, we got the Black Authority, and because your videos are excellent. I mean, a lot of your videos, I download them because just in case the powers that be want to take your channel off, and that's going to also help your channel get go viral at some point. Because when I start talking about the issues I'm going to address a lot of the topics you brought up in your videos. But your videos are excellent. I mean, like some of the history lessons you've given, man. There was shit that I didn't know, and I consider myself to be a well-read guy, And so yeah, keep it up, man. Keep it up.
Yeah, thank you, my brother. Thank you. I appreciate it. And like I said, everybody who I can't put the videos on the forecast channel no more because YouTube like to give me strikes and blacklist me and all that stuff. So
Yeah,
y'all subscribe to the backup channel, the Forecast Radio 24. I'll still put up the videos over there. I just had a live premiere Monday, so y'all can check out all of the videos over there. And yeah, I appreciate that, my brother, for real, man. Much respect. Yeah, Shanique said, "Yeah, I can't stop watching. I'm going to bed late, but it was worth it." Yeah, me too, Shanique. I was supposed to get off here like 2 hours ago, but it is what it is. We're gonna have to set up a show for that. You know what I'm saying, and be more prepared, and not have y'all call in and talk to him or whatever. But at least that white boy had enough courage to come over here, because usually when I start dropping knowledge, they go running. But they're always going to deflect and never actually address any question. You ask them like, is the sky blue? He's like, oh, my grandfather, worked in slave fields and had a cut on his arm from 10 years ago. Like what? That's how they do. And I want y'all to see that. But there's no reasoning with them. It's use them for educational purposes. Don't argue or try to debate somebody to change their beliefs, but use them as a lesson to teach other people. You know what I'm saying? So I'll be more prepared with all of that stuff. So, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
Okay,
yeah,
man.
thank you, Road to Mars. I appreciate it. Blue, Shanique, Pelage, my brother Bakari, a dog. Thanks for coming on, Pelage. I appreciate you for sending the thing. But man, much love to all of y'all, man. It's a 4-hour stream. I ain't never did no 4-hour stream. That's crazy. But yeah, much love to all of y'all, man. And as always, man, we have got to start standing for something, or we're gonna keep falling for anything.
Yeah, that's real talk.